Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council is coming to you live from the council chambers at the Metro Courthouse. It's a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network. Good evening, everyone. I'm Pat Nolan, your announcer for this program. Tonight, the 15th Metropolitan Council holds its 76th business meeting of a four-year term. This is the 22nd council meeting of 2022. It includes one special adjourned meeting that was held earlier this calendar year. Tonight's council agenda is 51 pages long, contains 143 items, includes 43 bills on public hearing, almost all of them rezoning requests. There are 28 regular resolutions, 42 first reading bills, 22 second reading measures, and 8 ordinances on third and final reading. In addition, the council will consider 3 appointments from Mayor John Cooper to city boards and commissions. The council will vote to fill a vacant seat on the city's Community Oversight Board. The choice will come from 2 nominations submitted by nonprofit groups. Among the mayor's board and commission appointments, 2 are reappointments to the city's Charter Commission, as well as another reappointment to the Metro Short-Term Rental Appeals Board. All those confirmed and elected will have multi-year terms and will serve as unpaid volunteers. The most highly anticipated legislation on tonight's agenda is the first package of legislation related to the proposed $2.1 billion roof stadium for the Tennessee Titans NFL football team to be built on the east bank of the Cumberland River, not far from the present Nissan Stadium. There are 2 resolutions and 1 ordinance on the agenda tonight. The ordinance is BL 2022-1529. It is on first reading. The bill would increase the city's hotel occupancy privilege tax in the amount of about 1%. Proceeds would be used for part of the city's share of the construction and future capital improvements of the new enclosed stadium and its debt service. We're also expected to pass on routine first reading tonight. It'll be sent to committee for more study and will be deferred for at least 2 council meetings. The 2 resolutions are RS 2022-1827, 1828. 1827 would approve a term sheet describing the terms and conditions of the agreements and transactions regarding the finance, construction, and operation of the new enclosed multi-purpose stadium. It is a non-binding agreement. That too is expected to be deferred for more study for at least 2 council meetings. Resolution 1828 relates to the city's property adjoining the new stadium. It requests the division of purchases, along with assistance from the Department of Planning, to prepare and issue a solicitation seeking a private partner to develop this area around the stadium. Proposals must address infrastructure, diverse and attainable housing, affordable housing, parks and green space, and transportation and mobility facilities. Proposers must demonstrate financial and management capabilities to serve to the project and record a successful completion of comparable projects. It includes transit-oriented developments and mixed-use urban environments. The resolution says once the purchasing agent identifies the most advantageous proposal it receives, a proposed agreement should be negotiated and submitted to the council for approval by ordinance. There are at least 2 amendments on the floor tonight that would urge the purchasing agent to maximize the use of minority and female-owned businesses in the process. This is likely to be deferred as well, although perhaps only for 1 meeting. Among other resolutions, RS 2022-1830, 1831, 1832 would appropriate about $8.5 million of the city's Federal American Rescue Funds. 1830 would allocate almost $7.9 million to the Urban League of Middle Tennessee and Nashville State Community College to advance workforce equity and to strengthen family foundations through education and training here in Davidson County. Resolution 1831 would approve $272,000 to complete anticipated funding to provide critical immigration legal services, and Resolution 1832 would provide almost $400,000 again to complete anticipated funding to provide legal counsel for those with a right to fight eviction notices. Among bills on public hearing, Bill 2022-1412 would eliminate minimum parking requirements in the urban zoning overlay area of Nashville, which is a large part of the urban part of the city. Minimum parking requirements require property owners to build and maintain a certain number of automobile parking spaces on site, and they can to do that. They must to get granted development permits and to operate. The Planning Commission has approved this proposal, although we may see some varying discussion about that tonight during the public hearing. There is also a substitute ordinance before the council that could be offered as an amendment after the public hearing is held. On a memorializing resolution, the council will honor the lives of Dr. Paul T. Kwame, Joe Chambers, and Nashville developer Paul Emery. It also recognizes Rosalind Robinson and AAA Residential Resources for 25 years of service to the people of Nashville and Davidson County. The council will also consider a resolution to urge Nashville voters to vote yes on the Tennessee Constitutional Amendment number 3 in the upcoming November 8th election. That amendment would state slavery and involuntary servitude are forever prohibited in this state. The council will also recognize November November 15th is America Recycles Day, and the month of November is Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month. On second reading, the Council will again consider BL 2022-1140, 1141, and 42. These are the controversial rezoning proposals impacting the former River Chase Apartments near Dickerson Road. That's also near the East Bank. The bills have been before the Council now since February. I think they've had 6 different deferments, yet there's yet another substitute ordinance before the Council tonight. It's being offered by the main sponsor, Sean Parker, to try to move the legislation forward. The Council will also consider on direct listen BL 2022-1506. The bill would propose a 5% privilege tax upon sales of goods at the Nashville Museum of African American Music downtown. It would be used for the cost of that museum. The bill will require a 27 or a 2/3 vote of the Council for final approval on third reading. Again, tonight it's only on second reading. Bills tonight on third and final reading include BL 2022-1381. The measure would require any payments in lieu of taxes made by the Convention Center Authority to be utilized for affordable and workforce housing initiatives. BL 2022-1405 would extend indefinitely the use of sidewalk cafe dining facilities within the public right-of-way throughout Metro Davidson County. The purpose of the original ordinance passed in 2020 was to provide some relief to restaurants impacted by COVID-19 and the resulting social distances and seating capacity requirements. Finally, on third reading, the Council will vote on BL 2022-1745. It would approve a contract with LAZ Parking, Laws Parking, Georgia LLC, related to the operation and management of the city's unmetered street parking. That's within the public right-of-way. The firm would seek to modernize and make the city's parking meter system more efficient and convenient, as well as better maximize the value of the program for future traffic and parking improvements. Back in 2019, under then Mayor David Briley, there was a parking proposal similar to this, but it had some of the same objectives, but failed to be approved by the Council, in part due to opposition led by then Metro Councilmember at Large John Cooper. This is Mayor Cooper's bill and passed second reading 2 weeks ago easily. Tonight will be its final vote. There are some proposed late housekeeping amendment changes, which will take a suspension of the rules by the Council to allow those amendments to be heard. If you want to follow tonight's Council meeting as it progresses, you can find the agenda and the staff analysis online. Just go to the Metro Council portion of the Nashville.gov website, then on the Legislative Information Center. We'll also be placing the bills on the bill numbers on the screen when they come up for consideration, so you can follow along and keep up with where we are on the meeting agenda. Let's go now to Vice Mayor Jim Schulman, who'll be gaveling tonight's Council meeting into order shortly.
Will the meeting please come to order? We welcome you to the Metro Council. Today is Tuesday, November 1st, 2022. Will all members of the Council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation, remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Our invocation tonight is being brought to you by our own Council member, John Rutherford.
Please bow your heads with me. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us engage in meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of community. It's in His name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, republic for which it stands.
All right, y'all may be seated. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll. Ask the clerk to record the names of those members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for adoption of the minutes of the meeting from October 18th, 2022? Properly seconded. Without objection, minutes of the meeting will stand approved as written. Mr. Clerk, any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
All right. All right, a couple of things to note and remember for tonight. Council members, you will be receiving a notice from Director Darby, if you haven't received it yet, that there is a vacancy on the Industrial Development Board of the Metropolitan Government. Pursuant to state law, it is to be filled by the Metropolitan Council. This vacancy is a result of the resignation of Winnie Forrester on October 23rd, 2022. And the term is, it's a partial term expiring on September 19, 2023. Members of the IDB serve terms lasting 6 years. Procedure for filling the vacancy will be set forth in Council Rule number 50. Time frame for this process will be as follows. Members of the council will be called on to make nominations at the next regular council meeting on November 15th. To fill the vacancy, nominees will be notified to meet with the Council Rules, Confirmation, and Public Elections Committee on Tuesday, December 6th. An election to fill the seat will be conducted at the council meeting that evening. Any nominee who fails to appear before the Rules Committee on December the 6th shall be deemed to have withdrawn his or her name from nomination. If you have any questions about filling that seat on the Industrial Development Board, please contact Director Darby. We will also be taking nominations at the next council meeting for a council member representative to serve on the short-term rental board. Councilmember Parker has served on that board for the last 2 years, and his term has expired, and so we will need to fill that seat. Also tonight, I'm announcing the special committee that I had mentioned before. That committee is going to monitor the spending of the $50 million in funding that this body approved a couple of meetings ago regarding homelessness. Those funds are to address issues regarding homelessness in Nashville and Davidson County. I would like this committee to monitor the use of the funds, keep track of timelines, seek out information about the utilization of the funds, and report on a regular basis to the rest of this body. Here are the members. There are 6 of them. Councilmember Tom Druffel, Councilmember Gloria Hauser, Councilmember Delicia Porterfield, Councilmember Courtney Johnston, Councilmember Berkeley Allen, and Councilmember Aaron Evans. That's Druffel, Hauser, Porterfield, Johnston, Allen, and Evans. And Councilmember Druffel, if you don't mind, I'm asking you to convene the first meeting, all right? All right, another thing that you need to note, Veterans Day this year falls on a Friday. November 11th is on a Friday. It is a Metro-recognized holiday, so our offices will be closed. The deadline for filing amendments and substitutes and late-filed legislation, which is normally noon on that Friday, will be noon on Thursday, November 10th, 2022. Okay, got it? Again, Friday, November the 11th, offices are closed. The deadline for filing any amendments or substitutes or any late file legislation will be noon on Thursday, November 10th, 2022. Also note that through the work of council members Hancock and Rutherford, along with Roseanne Hayes of our office, we will be participating in the Veterans Day Parade. If you're interested in being a participant, please contact Ms. Hayes. Executive Committee of the Council meets this Thursday, November 3rd, 2022 at 5 p.m. in Committee Room 1. Again, remember, Executive Committee is meeting this Thursday at 5 p.m. in Committee Room 1. Election Day coming up a week from today, Tuesday, November 8th, 2022. Please take the time to vote if you have not. Pursuant to a reference from Councilmember Murphy, we want to wish Pat Nolan's wife, Betty Lee, a very warm belated birthday. According to the information I got from Councilmember Murphy, Mr. Nolan has celebrated birthdays with her for a number of years. A specific concern to mention to council members. Most of you, if not all of you, have read about the violent attack on the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi's husband, just recently. I know details may still be forthcoming, but this incident serves to remind us that words and language can have real consequences. Certainly we can have our differences and still work together, We can say the things we want to say in a civil and professional manner. Remember, violence is not acceptable. Everyone, please be safe. Okay. Last thing I've got is please remember the folks in Ukraine. Okay. All right, we are ready to move on. Councilmember Murphy, is there a report from the Rules Committee?
We have several reports. We will start with the Charter Revision Commission, where we approve Ms. Eileen, or we recommend or approve of her qualifications. Ms. Eileen Behan for a term expiring on September 4th, 2026, and the same for Mr. Dewey Brandstetter for a term expiring September 4th, 2026. Both of those are 6 in favor, 0 against. And then for the short-term rental board reappointment of Mr. Phil Cabucci, we are coordinating our social calendars to make sure that we will have him here next meeting. So that's going to be deferred one more time, 1 meeting, 6 in favor, 0 against.
All right, so we will defer the reappointment of Mr. Cabucci for the Short-Term Rental Appeals Board. And I spoke to Ms. Behan and Mr. Brandstetter in the back. Are you sure that they met all the requirements to be on the Charter
double,
Revision
triple checked, and then we decided we didn't have a say otherwise.
Okay. So, Councilmember Murphy, if you would.
I would love to move for approval for both of these great Nashvilleians.
So I got a motion to approve for both Ms. Behan and Mr. Brandstetter. These are both reappointments to the Charter Revision Commission. I got a proper second. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Those 2 individuals are reappointed to the Charter Revision Commission. And I believe those are the only 2. So if you would stand up, I think we can recognize former council member Ms. Behan and Mr. Dewey Brandstetter Jr. Thank you all for being willing to serve. And as always, we invite you to stay. We have a 51-page agenda. So it looks like Mr. Brandstetter has someplace he's got to go. And Ms. Behan, you're welcome to stay. Okay, we'll be watching when you leave. All right, Councilmember Murphy, you're recognized for another report from the Elections and Confirmations Committee.
Thank you. So tonight we had planned on having an election for the Community Oversight Committee, and we would like to defer that election for 1 meeting. So that was 6 in favor, 0 against, and the deferral of the election tonight for the Community Oversight Board.
Okay, so you're simply deferring this 1 meeting, the election?
Yes, the entire election, 1 meeting.
Okay, got a motion properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Porterfield, you're recognized.
Can we know why we're deferring it?
Councilmember Murphy?
The nominees did not appear before us tonight.
Okay, and I understand there may have been a question about notice in terms of making sure they knew that they were supposed to be
Correct.
here. So in order to make sure that everything is good, we figured that that's what we understand. We were just going to defer this 1 meeting. Councilmember Porterfield?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so the motion is to defer this 1 meeting, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral say aye. Opposed, no. Deferral passes. All right, I believe that takes care of everything on elections and confirmations. We are now ready for resolutions and bills on public hearing. We are checking the back. I believe we have a Spanish interpreter here. So if anybody needs help in terms of Spanish interpretation, we certainly can utilize the assistance. If you would go ahead and explain that in Spanish, that would be great. No.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Sandra, voy a ser la intérprete en español para esta noche, la sesión de esta noche. Estoy sentada aquí adelante, lista a servirlos. Gracias.
All right, thank you. Anybody needs any help, please let us know. All right, first measure up is a resolution on public hearing, but I'll explain how this works. We've got resolutions on public hearing and bills on public hearing. So I'm going to call up the resolutions and bills one at a time and then refer to the sponsor. Unless the sponsor moves to defer the public hearing, the sponsor will call for a public hearing, then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in favor of the resolution or bill, then ask for a show of hands for those who are here in opposition to the resolution or bill. If anyone in favor of the measure wishes to speak, I'll ask you to come forward, find that back microphone, introduce yourself, give us your address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. I'll then ask if anyone opposed wishes to speak. We'll do the same thing. After that process, I will close the public hearing and refer back to the sponsor. So we are ready for the first measure, which is a resolution. We'll do that one first. It's RS 2022-1825 by Councilmember Withers. It's a resolution exempting Canvas East, located at 1105 Fatherland Street, from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit. Councilmember Withers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could I get committee reports, please?
Committee reports. I think Councilmember Benedict, have you got that one?
Yes, government operations approved, 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Thank you, and welcome back, Councilmember Benedict. We're glad you're back. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Need to see a show of hands of those who are here in favor of RS 2022-1825. See a couple of hands in different places. All right. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to RS 2022-1825. I don't see any hands in opposition. Those in favor wishing to, anybody wishing to speak in favor? I see no one coming forward. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
All right, so I've got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just want to thank Canvas and their staff for working with me on this proposal, and specifically with the East End neighborhood, of which they are now neighbors. For a couple of years, this is in the former Bill Martin's grocery store, which closed and went through an adaptive reuse, had a community meeting with the East End Neighborhood Association about 2 years ago, almost exactly, about this idea. We've kept in contact since then. Canvas has been good to keep communication open, as well as the property owner with renovations of that structure. We finally got to a place where their space was ready, and Canvas was gracious enough to host an open house for neighbors here very recently, and I thought that it was very well received by neighbors from throughout the district area. So just wanted to thank them again for their continuing to work with me on this, and look forward to welcoming them to our 5 Points neighborhood. So with that, I renew my motion to approve.
All right, so you've heard explanation, and now there's got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to approve? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve, RS 2022-1825, say aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. Thank you, Councilmember Withers. We're now on bills on public hearing. Again, Spanish interpretation services are available at the public hearing. Before we get to item 2, if you will turn on your calendar to item number 40, this is BL 2022-1366. Is actually on page 17 of my calendar. Last time this was on bills on third reading and public hearing, the bill ended up being deferred. We had some people wait for a while, and then it was deferred. Believe that's going to happen this time. So without objection, I'm going to pull this one to the front so we can go ahead and get this one taken care of. Any objection? Seeing none, we are on item number 40, BL 2022-1366 by Councilmember Hall. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from CL to MUNANS zoning for property located at 3517 Old Clarksville Pike. It's approximately 474 feet west of Whites Creek Pike. It's 1.1 acres. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Do we need to redo committee reports?
Nope, we're good.
Okay.
You're recognized.
So this is going to be deferred again. We're going to defer it until the first public hearing in January. What we've been waiting on is some information from Stormwater. You know, we've got some capacity issues. I don't think the project can actually be done. We just got that information back. So I want to give the applicant a chance to actually review the information and then be able to meet with the community before the holidays to see if they even want to move forward.
All right, so the motion is going to be to defer to the first meeting in January?
Yes, sir.
Okay, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thanks. I guess I'm going to ask the council member if he'll consider having that be February instead. The first meeting in January is the day after the national holiday for New Year's, and as somebody who has been regularly getting emails from constituents in District 1 about this, I frankly don't want to get emails about this on the week between Christmas and New Year's, and if it's all the same, could we just do it in February and not worry about the holidays?
Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
I don't have a problem with it. I'm sure you're not the only one, but I have no problem with that. If we can get it on the agenda, let's get it on the agenda.
All right, so you want to change your motion to...
we'll move it to first meeting, public hearing in February as opposed to January.
The first meeting in February. Without objection, we're going to allow the changing of the motion. Okay, again, properly seconded. The motion is deferred to the first meeting in February. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred to the first meeting in February. All right, thank you. We'll go back now to the rest of the agenda. We are now on bills on public hearing. This is item number 2, BL 2022-1152 by Councilmember O'Connell. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IWD to MULA zoning for property located at 897 Elm Hill Pike. It's approximately 430 feet east of Fessler's Lane. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please. Oh, sorry, never mind. This one is deferred. Let's do that, please. We did not get the notices back.
That's right. The notices aren't. So this one will go to the first meeting in December. Okay? All right. So we're now on to item number 3. This is by Councilmember Taylor. BL 2022-1290, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at 1712 Arthur Avenue. It's approximately 260 feet northwest of Jane Street. It's 0.17 acres. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
All right. Councilmember Taylor has called for the public hearing. Declare it open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I see nobody on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Taylor, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. Move for approval.
So I got a motion to approve. This is on second reading. These bills have to go through 3 readings. Motion to approve on second reading Bill 2022-1290, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of Bill 2022-1290 say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. We're on item number 4, BL 2022-1399 by Councilmember Hall. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS15 to R15 zoning for 4023 Meadow Road. It's approximately 175 feet south of Cedar Drive. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report, please.
I don't think, no committee reports on this one.
I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, before we do that, we've got slides, I think, to show it's a disapproved bill. Ms. Milligan? Here we go.
There we go. This is BL 2022-1399. This is a request to rezone property from RS15 to R15 on the west side of Meadow Road. Planning Commission recommendation is to disapprove. The property in question is zoned RS15, as are all of the other properties on the west side of Meadow Road. The Meadow Road is primarily single-family detached homes currently. The land use policy for the area is T3 Suburban Neighborhood Evolving. This is within a small area of suburban neighborhood evolving between a larger area of neighborhood maintenance and mixed-use corridor along Clarksville Pike. Planning Commission recommended disapproval given the location of the property within the broader area of neighborhood evolving adjacent to neighborhood maintenance. Planning Commission recommended approval last year of a property on the east side of Meadow Road to R15 given its adjacency to the mixed-use corridor policy. But because this was adjacent to neighborhood maintenance, the Planning Commission recommended disapproval. And there's an aerial shot of the property.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Hall, back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open on this one, Bill 2022-1399. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I don't see anybody in opposition. Anybody in opposition? Those in favor wish to speak? Okay, please come on up. I need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Bobby Hernandez, 127 Franklin Road. I represent the two property owners for these two parcels that were just showing up on the screen. We've been up in the area now for a few years. We've built 3 homes there. By no means, I understand the capacity issues that are there. We've been talking to Councilman Hall for the last few years and see what he's doing up and down the highway there. So things are changing. We've tried to conform to the neighborhood. The houses that we've built have been about 1,400 to 1,500 square feet, 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom. And if approved, that's what we'd like to do on these two parcels, bring 2 more of those smaller sized homes to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Alfonso Harvey, 4011 Timothy Drive. I am for this project because my family bought land in this area to build our family home, and there has been very minimal development in the area, which will allow us to actually move forward in building our family's home. So I am definitely for the development in the area. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mr. Harvey. Anybody else wishing to speak on this one? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
I need to actually also add the amendment.
All right, so why don't you go ahead and you want to move the bill on second reading?
Yes, I want to move with a brief explanation, but I need to go ahead and move that bill.
Okay,
and
so
add the amendment.
Councilmember Hall is going to move the bill on second reading, properly seconded. Now the bill is before us, and you want to move the amendment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Councilmember Hall moves an amendment to Bill 2022-1399, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
If you could, Matthew.
Okay.
Excuse me, planning.
Matthew?
This is just one of those amendments to add the enacting clause that was accidentally excluded back in September. This bill got delayed a little bit, and so I think the next one has the same amendment as well.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Hall has moved the amendment. You've heard an explanation of what the amendment does. Any questions or discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. You're on your bill as amended.
So this is one of those unique situations where policy allows you to literally do something on the same street that you can do on one side but not on the other. As you heard from planning say east side last year, but this is on the west side. What's happened is we've got several rehabs and new developments on the 3 adjoining streets at Southview, Fairview, and Timothy. And so we're trying to coordinate. It's the same builders, the same community, and get the same thing happening in all of them. And this is just one of those weird situations where you can literally, the gentleman can do it on his property on one side of the street, but not his property on the opposite side of the same street. And so we're just trying to clean that up and correct that. We've got 8 units on Fairview that have been approved that are about to start. There are several on Southview, Milford, and Cedar. So now we're just trying to add the rest of Fairview and Timothy. It's just happening a few lots at a time. As they complete one, then they move to the next one. So I'd ask for approval.
Okay. You've heard an explanation. The motion is to approve Bill 2022-1399 as amended for passage on second reading. It was properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. We're on item number 5, BL 2022-1403 by Councilmember Hall. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 15 to R15 zoning for 3826 Fairview Drive. It's approximately 175 feet west of Timothy Drive. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized on your bill.
I'd like to open the public hearing, Vice Mayor.
All right, so same thing. It's a disapproved bill. So we need to go to the slides. Ms. Milligan.
This is item BL 2022-1403. This is a request to rezone property from RS 15 to R15 on the north side of Fairview Drive. Planning Commission recommendation is to disapprove. The property is currently zoned to RS 15, as are all other surrounding properties. There is a consistent zoning pattern in the area.
Okay, so we're going to send somebody, a technical person, to help. Okay, then we're going to ask him not to go help. We'll come back and check. Can you see the screen now? Okay, all right. All right, Ms. Milligan, go ahead.
The land use policy for the area is T3 suburban neighborhood maintenance, which is intended to preserve and protect existing suburban neighborhoods. The policy, the surrounding properties are also under the same policy, so this is located centrally to an area of neighborhood maintenance. There's also a relatively consistent pattern of single-family development. The proposed zoning would allow for a two-family unit to be built on the one site, inconsistent with the existing surrounding development pattern and inconsistent with the goals of the policy to maintain the existing land use pattern, which is single family. It would also create an existing zoning pattern where you have a neighborhood maintenance policy. Planning Commission recommended disapproval.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Milligan. Councilmember Hall, you're recognized.
I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. We are on item number 5, BL 2022-1403. Need to see a show of hands of those who are in favor of the measure. Okay, we've got 2 hands over here. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the measure. Okay, all right, so we've got hands on both sides, so we'll start with those who are in favor. If you would like to come speak, need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to discuss.
My name is Alfonso Harvey. My address is 4011 Timothy Drive, and this project butts up to the land that my family bought to build our single-family home. We believe in the area. We are actually zoned where we could put 6 houses on our property because we're literally right next to this land. But we want to build one home. This neighborhood is a fantastic opportunity for my family to stay in the neighborhood that my wife was raised in, that I want my children to be in, but there is no development in the area. When you saw the graphics that were just displayed, you saw several houses that were actually in the floodplain. This development is not in the floodplain. This is land that if I could have, I would have bought myself. But it's right next door to where I'm trying to build my home. And I think it's a great thing for the neighborhood.
All right, thanks, Mr. Harvey. Anybody else wishing to speak?
Bobby Hernandez, 127 Franklin Road. I'll just add that I can understand people's concerns with all of the construction that's been going on. By no means do I think that this is my neighborhood. We're visiting, and we've tried to be good stewards of other people's properties. There was interest in hearing about our past experiences up in the neighborhood. We did a tremendous amount of work with the neighbor on Cedar Circle, helped out with landscaping, fixing up some different things on the front porch. Over on Meadow, got along with the people across the street, helped them out and stuff. I understand that change is tough, it's difficult, and try to work with the people that are in the area the best we can. So if we were approved, I don't want anyone to feel like we're coming in and, doing anything that we shouldn't be doing. We're trying to do the best job that we can, keep our sites clean, and keep everyone happy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in favor of this measure wish to speak? Okay, those who are in opposition, if you will come on up and if there's a couple of people who want to speak, just line up, and then I will need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. So if you plan on speaking, please come on up and go ahead and get in line.
Okay, good evening. My name is Dorla France. The address is 4016 Drakes Branch Road. And we are in opposition because we noticed that the planning committee has already disapproved it, and there's got to be a reason. So I don't know if we could go into the reasons now, but I'm going to trust that the planning committee knows what they're doing because this is what they do.
All right. All right. Thanks, Ms. LaFrance. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Raynord Slusher, and as my sister said, the address is 4016 Drakes Branch Road, and our family's been there ever since the early 70s, and I would hate to see anything change in that area because I have kids and grandkids who also come over there and enjoy playing in the creek that runs behind the house and in the yard that we used to play in as well. So I am also not in favor of this move at all, okay? Thank you.
All right. Thank you for speaking. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Erica Dixie. I live at 4020 Drakes Branch Road. And I am against this, again, because of lack of notification for the community meetings. I feel like I'm blindsided. This will back up pretty much to our property, family property that's been there for almost 50 years. And it's just don't know what's going on. So I can't approve for a big change like this, and I don't understand, the neighbors don't understand, and we haven't been properly notified.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dixie.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to be heard on this one? Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilor Hall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So this is, again, almost identical to the previous bill. The slight difference is neighborhood maintenance versus evolving. If you actually were to drive in this specific area, part of what's happening, again, with trying to push the rehabilitation and the new development on that end is we've got a park with no bathrooms, no lights, things of that nature that we're in the process of trying to get fixed up. Mr. Harvey and several other folks have bought property in the area recently to build single-family homes. If you were actually standing at this property or walked up and down this portion of Fairview that dead ends, you will see a double wide. You will see vacant lots that are seriously overgrown. It's a flood area down at the dead end portion of this street that needs some stormwater improvements that would correct that. And then we've had just a tremendous amount of codes violations from two of the neighbors that lived adjacent to this property also. And so these are the things that are going to clean up that block and allow us to be able to move forward on doing some things. I love and respect my neighbors on Drake's Branch, but they're literally separated by almost a half a subdivision on the other side of this. Maybe they didn't get notice or weren't at the meetings where we had this. This is one of those bills that's kind of stretched out for months and months and months. From the planning piece back early part of last summer to all the way through, I think it hit council in August. And so it's just been stretched out over that time period. I have no problem sitting down and meeting with them and then getting them caught up on that information. But these are the types of things that we need to do. And as you will notice when you see the CIB, the things that I was talking about for this street, the park, and the stormwater improvements are going to be included in that CIB. We know we rely heavily on developers also. And so the construction of these homes, those folks that have bought these properties are also agreeing to pitch in and help with some of the infrastructure costs that allow us to be able to improve that whole block. So I move for approval.
All right, so I've got a motion by Councilmember Hall on 1403 for passage on second reading. I've got a proper second. So I know I've got a hand up in the back, but the public hearing is closed on this one, so we can't proceed any further from the public, right? So what I've got is a motion to approve on second reading. These bills go through 3 readings, properly seconded. You have an amendment on this one as well, correct?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay. You want to go ahead and move the amendment?
Yes, sir. I'd like to move the amendment, please.
All right. So I've got a motion on the amendment on 1403, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Just like on the previous, it's a clerical to clean up the language. If we would like to hear specifically from planning, we can do so.
Planning?
Sorry, it's the same amendment as last time, adding the enacting clause.
Okay. So Councilmember Hall has moved the amendment. It's the same one that was just passed on the previous bill. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Councilmember Nash on the amendment? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendments adopted. You're on your bill as amended. It's a motion to approve on second reading, correct?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay, so the motion is to approve 1403 on second reading as amended, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
And I've got a brief question also. If it's on second, can we go into third? Could we re-refer?
Hold on. All right, so we just had a public hearing. We don't allow people screaming at our council members as we're trying to conduct business. So everybody just hold on. Councilmember Hall, proceed.
Is this a bill that could be re-referred to planning?
Can it be re-referred to the planning, to our planning committee?
Yes.
Sure, it can be re-referred.
Gone yet.
Oh, it hadn't even been there yet. So.
Right.
Okay.
So I mean, it doesn't have to be, but if something needs to change or after that.
It will go to planning.
Gotcha.
And then if you need to, if it goes there once, you can always, depends on where it is, I guess you can get it back there, but that's where it's going to go after this.
No, that was the only thing.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question is, not to be too naive, I assume that we're going to be building some sort of duplex there instead of a single-family home. Is that the case?
Councilmember Hall, can you answer that question?
It's just subdividing the lot. It would be 2 singles instead of 1.
Okay. Are there similar subdivisions in the neighborhood?
Not subdivisions, but projects specifically. That's what I said. All of those surrounding streets have 1 or 2 here and there. And this is one side of the same subdivision or neighborhood is maintenance and the other side is evolving. And so that's what brings this one into question. It's maintenance, not evolving. And it hasn't happened yet on this side of the neighborhood, but it has on the other side of the same street and the adjacent streets.
Councilmember Nash.
Maybe a question for planning. If this is just a subdivision, why are we doing zone change?
Ms. Milligan.
So this is not a subdivision. This is a rezoning to R15, which would permit a 2-family unit, which is a duplex. And duplexes in Nashville can either be attached or detached. So this zoning would permit where only 1 unit is currently permitted, 2 units.
So we're putting 2 units on it. Duplex. Okay. And there's other duplexes in the neighborhood?
Councilmember Hall?
Not on this block.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mendez?
Thanks. As an at-large, I've done this very few times in 7.25 years, but just because I think there's a communication gap in the district, I just want to mention some of the ground rules for the folks that came out to speak to us today. Often, even disapproved bills, the council does pass on second reading, and then on third reading, which would be at the next meeting, because it's disapproved, it would need 27 votes out of the 39 of us to vote in favor of it. And what we would typically ask neighbors to do is, if you feel strongly, as I know I heard you feel strongly, be sure to email Councilman Hall and to email the full council with your thoughts. You can email all of us at councilmembers@nashville.gov. And again, it requires a 2/3 vote, 27 of us, because it's disapproved on third. And I'm sorry for stepping into the conversation, but I regularly get communications from people in District 1 talking about level of communication. I just want to make sure you all understand that usually, even on disapproved, we often pass on second reading. It doesn't mean it's a done deal. It means you should reach out to us and reach out to Councilman Hall for third reading, which should be in 2 weeks. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendez. Other comments from the council? Back to you, Councilmember Hall.
So, and I rise to say, yes, that is absolutely part of the conversation, because part of the disconnect is simply with notification. And as the guy that changed the legislation a few years ago to expand the notification point, we still deal with, as council members of different districts, trickle down, where information moves to second, third hand knowledge. And if somebody found out about a month after we've had a meeting with the people who were notified, that's part of what we're dealing with or struggling with, getting that information across that way. But we don't always just hit the reset button and keep going back to the beginning. So that is an ongoing thing. It's something that, I think everybody deals with to some degree or the other. But I believe, of course, that's why I expanded that distance for notification so that more people could be involved. But we've gotten into this trend of where it's now people that are several miles away from something finding out. And it takes a while for the information to get to them if they weren't in the initial part of it. And so that's where we are. That's why I said I have no problem actually going back, meeting with those folks. We can sit down and get them caught up to speed. And again, as Councilman Mendez said, you still have to get 2/3 on third reading. So this may or may not move forward on third reading.
All right. Councilmember Murphy.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm not going to be here in 2 weeks. I'm going to a conference for women legislators. And so I just wanted to go ahead and go on the record tonight as saying that both these bills are disapproved. And so I should have caught the other one and rose on that one too. But they're both spot zoning. And spot zoning is not only illegal, but it's bad planning policy. And so I'm going to be voting no tonight on second reading on this because it is a disapproved bill. We have constituents out here tonight who are against it. And I know that like last term, kind of as we get towards the end of the term, more disapproved bills come up and start sliding through, and we really need to trust our planners and trust the policy. And so tonight I am going on the record to vote no because I won't be here in 2 weeks, and so y'all will not hear my soapbox then.
Okay. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this one right now? Councilmember Hall, back to you. Okay. Somebody else wishing to be heard? Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm not familiar with the term spot zoning, and some of our other colleagues sitting around in this area are also saying that they're not familiar with it. So can we hear from planning what that is and how this will be different than any other rezoning that we see?
Ms. Milligan.
Certainly. So when we're considering rezonings from the planning staff and the planning commission perspective, we're looking at it in regards to the land use policy for the property and if a zoning is consistent or not with land use policy. So what could be considered, it's sort of a planning term, spot zoning in one community may not be considered spot zoning in another if it's consistent with the policy. So in other words, we don't really sort of think about it in those terms. We think about it in terms of the land use policy. So in this case, land use policy is neighborhood maintenance. All of the other properties are also neighborhood maintenance. All of the properties are zoned RS-15. So we wouldn't want to insert a different zoning sort of in the middle of that neighborhood, in the middle of that policy, which is why the Planning Commission recommended disapproval.
Thank you. But for clarification, we do, right? Like that's what we do when we get a disapproved bill. If the council then approves it, are we not doing what you just said? I've never heard that this is illegal.
So zoning is ultimately a legislative matter, and so we're making our recommendation based on land use policy, but you all are the body that make the legislative decision in regards to zoning, and so we're going to look at it from the policy standpoint, and then the decision is ultimately the council's.
Okay, thank you. Is there somebody then from Metro Legal I'm just concerned because I just heard that this could potentially be illegal, and that's not something I've heard before. So, and at this point, I don't have a position on favoring it or not favoring the legislation, but I think that it's important that we get clarity around, if we just heard that something that we're doing is potentially illegal, I think we need clarity around that.
All right, so Councilmember Porterfield, I think your basic question is spot zoning illegal?
Is this spot zoning, and is that illegal? And what are the consequences if that is passed and we're saying that we've done something that is illegal?
I think Ms. Milligan is going to handle that.
Certainly. So the state of Tennessee has empowered you all to rezone property as the legislative body of Metro Nashville. And there is nothing in Tennessee code as it relates to spot zoning. Spot zoning is sort of a term of phrase that we sometimes use in planning language, but there's not something illegal in Tennessee code to say that you couldn't rezone this property.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Vercher.
I don't have nothing more to add, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
No, I do. To Lisa's point, we really need to be mindful of zoning matters that come to areas where, one, we don't reside, and two, we don't have no direct contact with the constituents. So I know our planning department, they do a fine job, but it's not uncommon for zoning matters to come before this body disapproved from the planning department, and this body approves a disapproved planning bill. And I know we get tied up on the policy and so forth. That's the planning department's role to play, but we have a different role to play. And just to give you an example, thank you for indulging me, Vice Mayor. I have one in my district, neighborhood. Planning Commission says they approve it for the neighbor to put a parking lot on his property in the middle of a neighborhood because they looking at policy. They don't look at the aesthetics or the quality of life for the actual neighborhood. So I just wanted to throw that out there as an example as to how policy may not always in practice be the best aesthetically in moving a neighborhood forward. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Vercher. Councilmember Swope.
Previous question.
All right, Councilmember Swope has called the previous question. So we're not voting on the measure yet. We're just voting on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. So we are now on the bill. And the motion is to approve BL 2022-1403 as amended on second reading. So as Councilmember Mendez said before, there are 3 readings on this. This is on second reading. We're voting on the bill BL 2022-1403 as amended. We'll try it first by voice vote. All those in favor of BL 2022-1403 as amended on second reading say aye.
Yes.
Opposed, no. The bill passes on second reading as amended. Councilor Murphy, you want to be recorded as no? Okay. All right. So we move on. We are now on item number 6, BL 2022-1409. This is by Murphy, Hancock, Halster, and others. It's an ordinance amending Title II and Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to trees. Councilmember Murphy, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you. The Friday before the last Planning Commission meeting, we finalized the substitute for this bill, and so we have deferred this to, and I'm forgetting the date in December of the I think it's the 8th. I may be totally making that date up. But so I need to defer it to the meeting after that. So if somebody could give me that date, I'm sorry.
Ms. Milligan?
Certainly. So this was deferred to the December 8th Planning Commission, and so you'll be deferring this to the January public hearing.
Okay, yes. There we go. Thank you so much.
The motion is to defer this one to the first meeting in January?
Yes.
Properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion to defer to the first meeting in January? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred to the first meeting in January. Okay. We're on item number 7, BL 2022-1412 by Councilmember Sledge, O'Connell, Withers, and others. Ordinance to amend section 17.20.040 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to parking minimums. Councilmember Sledge, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Please open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay. Show of hands of those who are here opposed to this measure. Okay, we got hands on both sides. So we'll start with those in favor. If you would, please come on down. Go ahead and get in line. I need your name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak. And then we'll go to the folks who are in opposition to the bill. We're on BL 2022-1412. This is on public hearing. Name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Good evening. My name is Chad Grout. I'm a current resident of Brentwood, Tennessee, 542 Turtle Creek Drive. I lived in Davidson County for 10 of the last 15 years, and I currently own a commercial property in Councilman Sledge's district that will be impacted by this proposed legislation. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor, and to all the Metro Council for allowing me to speak, and pardon my loss of voice. People get in their car because they must. People go for a walk or ride a bike because they can. And yet, Nashville has grown to the point where using our legs to move about and stay healthy has become a dangerous sideshow to the economic growth of parking decks and congested roads. I've been in commercial real estate since graduating from Vanderbilt in '98, so I fully understand parking dynamics and how we got here, but it's still a choice. One of our city's most visionary developers is currently building a 34-story residential tower with 0 parking. Well, you might say it's across the street from Nashville Yards. That's the point. The highest rents in this city exist in our most walkable areas. That is not a coincidence. That is the market communicating to us very clearly that automobiles are not as profitable as our legs. Nobody comes downtown for the parking. It's time we made the right choice. This legislation is absolutely critical in order to create the elbow room for more walkable development patterns throughout all of our downtown neighborhoods. For the future of this city, I strongly urge you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Yeah, you may want to pull that down.
There we go. Hello, my name is Kelsey Osman. I live at 132 Lucille Street in 37207. I'm here in support of this bill. I, in my day job, work for a nonprofit affordable housing developer here in Nashville. Beyond land costs and the inevitable equity gap, parking minimums are one of the biggest constraints on our ability to provide more and more deeply affordable housing. The parking, especially in the more dense urban environments where we're trying to encourage development for all the reasons that were just mentioned, gets very expensive and pushes us into that structured parking garage, where for the cost of 2 parking spaces, we can build 1 high-quality, affordable apartment. And I would much rather put those resources towards places for people to live than to park a car, especially when we consider that so many of our most vulnerable, lowest-income residents don't have a private vehicle to park there. And so we end up building very expensive parking that doesn't even get used. We have a project right now that's facing a multi-million-dollar shortfall because of the amount of parking that we're having to provide. And again, I'd much rather put that towards creative ways to connect people through investing in bike and pedestrian and transit infrastructure rather than building parking that hopefully someday will be obsolete. So this is honestly one of the biggest things that Metro can do to support affordability without spending a penny. So I'm really grateful to Council for considering this and hope that you'll vote yes tonight. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next speaker or speakers.
I think we're going speakers tonight. Hi, my name is Neil Kornitik. This is Clementine. We live at 1704 Martin Street. We're here to support the parking mandate reform bill. Nobody should wake up excited about parking reform, but I guess I do. This is something that I find really important of what we can do with the city, what we can do for the future of the city. When we were choosing a place to live, we sold a vehicle. Without selling a vehicle, we probably wouldn't get to live in the house we do, provide the opportunities for our daughter that we're able to. It has helped accelerate where we are. We want to see that for more people. The speaker before me was talking about affordable housing, and I think that that's really who we should be advocating for. I want to also point out that, in February of this year, this body had the chance to have a resolution come across it. There was no discussion on it. It passed on consent. That resolution was around climate change. You all set a target of 80% reduction of our carbon emissions. This is one of those chances to act on what we say our values are. You have that opportunity to do that tonight. I hope you will push forward and continue to support that. Yes, you're tapping the mic. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. I know that our planning department worked really hard. I heard that we should really trust their expertise, and we can move forward from today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Craig Clark. I am a resident at 715 Myrtle Street in the Maxwell Heights neighborhood of East Nashville. I'm a practicing architect here in town and have over 10 years experience in the field, including almost 5 years here in Nashville. I'm a strong advocate of walkability for pedestrians, rideability for cyclists, and other modes of transportation other than a car. I stand in full support of removing parking minimums that the original legislation stated to allow the developments to say how much parking is needed to make their development successful. Requiring a certain number of parking spots is one of the largest difficulties when preparing designs for certain parcels. As stated previously, the cost of parking drives up the cost of developments, and ultimately that cost is passed on to occupants. Unfortunately, I am not in favor of the substitute that implements parking maximums and the confusing language with regards to FAR for buildings. If Nashville had a realistic transit solution that provides a reliable, equitable alternative to car dependency, the substitute would make a lot more sense. Unfortunately, I don't believe that's the case for our city right now. We want a walkable, equitable city, but we cannot put the cart before the horse. Having moved to Nashville as a single-car household, we ultimately felt the need to grow to 2 cars to better serve our household. I am in full support of removing the requirement of minimum parking, but until we have actual solution to the city's car dependency, I'm not in favor of parking maximums. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Wesley Smith. I reside at 1203 17th Avenue South in Midtown, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Walk Bike Nashville in support of this ordinance. I'm very encouraged both by the folks here today and by watching the Planning Commission meeting last week. It really seems that even those that were against this ordinance at the Planning Commission agree on the direction we need to go as a city. And my friend that spoke before, I think, speaks to the need to do this incrementally, to wean us off such car-dependent planning and infrastructure. But I do want to say that what's really in front of you tonight is reversing a decades-long mistake and poor public policy. That's really what is on the table tonight. And cities across the country are realizing that parking minimums were a mistake. And not just big, large cities. I mean, cities like Jackson, Tennessee have no parking minimums citywide. I can't think of a more car-centric place than Jackson, Tennessee. Lexington, Kentucky, another consolidated city-county government, has no parking minimums countywide, which is a step further than the ordinance in front of you tonight. Generally speaking, I think this ordinance is about choices. And when we over-prioritize cars and parking, that has an implication on housing. It has an implication on walkability and bikeability. And I think to not pass this bill is only going to worsen our affordable housing crisis. It's only going to further delay improvements in transit that we know that we need. And so with that, I encourage you to support this ordinance tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
James Guthrie, 312 South 11th Street. That's in East End, a little neighborhood between Edgefield and Laughlin Springs in East Nashville. Here to ask the council to pass this bill eliminating parking minimums. Parking code, either as it exists currently or as this bill would reform it to be, presents a trade-off between space either for human activity or for vehicle inactivity. This bill, even with the parking amendment recommended by the planning staff and approved by the Planning Commission, would not change what is possible to build. The BZA would still exist to grant exemptions. But by changing our default to allow space for human activity rather than mandating space for vehicle inactivity, we can increase the viability of building walkable neighborhoods with modestly scaled missing middle housing, density, and small neighborhood-facing businesses. Existing exemptions downtown and along transit routes ensure that these parking minimums would only be lifted where other restrictions on building size and height would continue to limit us to modestly scaled developments. The problem you may see from passing this bill: more cars parked on curbs. The problem you will continue to not see without this bill: housing that cannot be built, higher costs passed on to tenants and customers, neighbors we never get, businesses that cannot open. I hope that you will consider those problems as the greater threat, because they are. I ask that you pass this bill as an early but important step in building a Nashville for people, not cars. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Ben Pasno. I live at 5710 Maxon Avenue. I used to live in District 18, now in District 20. Part of that move was because of the high cost of housing. So one of the things that we can do, climate change was discussed earlier. I think housing is perhaps more on the nose. 2 parking spots basically equals a great apartment. So more housing stock will really reduce the cost, just kind of supply-demand economics there. The other points I just wanted to bring up in response to the first reading, the first one was, have these parking maximums been thought out enough? And one case study is out of London, where they did the same thing that this bill is proposing, where they switched the then parking minimums to parking maximums. The result of that change was less than half of the maximums were implemented, which means that the previous minimums were more than twice as plentiful as need be. So that's just an example there. Another aspect is someone brought up this is a way to do something dramatically impactful for free. I would say even more than that, because you are increasing the revenue. For example, a restaurant has to have 10 spots per 1,000 square foot of space, which means that there are 7 times as much land dedicated to vehicles than restaurants. So that's the end of my time, so thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Looks like there are, again, 2. Okay.
Hey, everybody, I'm Alex Tolbert. I live at 4511 Elkins. I've lived in Nashville for almost 20 years and still fondly remember being able to drive and park in that gravel lot in the middle of the gulch. If anybody remembers going to the Station Inn or something, you just park right there. It's super easy. So I've seen a lot of change over the last 20 years. Partly as a result of that change, I work downtown, and when our offices moved downtown, I decided to check out the bus. And there's a bus, the 50, picks up at 46th and Charlotte, and it drops off at 7th and Charlotte, and I work at 6th and Church, and it's just a beautiful thing for me. I've advocated with a lot of my friends, like, check out the bus. It is really great, but it's still just a little bit too easy, to just park. along those lines, I started a business here in 2006. And just last year, we got to a point where we felt confident to buy our own building. And we bought a building at 706 19th Avenue North. And when we bought the building, the broker said, hey, you're going to need to worry about parking. And I was like, nah, I know where my employees live. Like, there's this Rails to Trails thing that's happening that's going to go by near the building, hopefully, and I think we'll be okay on parking. But then as we got closer to closing, it was like, no, you need to worry about parking because you're going to convert this warehouse to office. And so suddenly, there are these ordinances you're going to have to navigate, whether you feel like you need parking or not. So these, I'm just sharing a couple of personal stories for me as like a business owner, as a citizen, where the parking situation has changed in Nashville that we don't quite need as much as we did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Michael with the Thompson Burton Law Firm, 1801 West End Avenue. This is smart public policy, and I think all of you know that. It's forward thinking. It's what the other smart cities are doing. This is an opportunity for the Metro Council to get a win. In that, you are increasing the availability of the affordable housing growth that we're trying so hard to implement on the private sector side, and we really are trying. Certain clients of ours are more likely than others, but nevertheless, we push for it with every multifamily residential development we see. Think about this. Some of you have never had to bump into this because maybe it doesn't come up in your districts as often. You know what the required parking count is for a new hotel in Nashville outside of downtown code? 1 per room key, plus a handful for staff. 100-unit hotel, 100 parking spaces, plus a few for staff. That's a monumental waste. You know it and I know it because who gets there anymore? Do they drive from Minneapolis? No, they fly. They Uber in from there, and they probably stay at their location most of the week or use a little bit of ride share to get around. As a result, we have limited FAR, limited height, limited entitlements for those kinds of projects that yield more and more needs for more hospitality growth, hotels, short-term rentals of the non-owner occupied variety where available. I know all of you feel the same way about those, and reasonably so. That said, it is a reality that that sector will continue to grow because the demand is there. But if we could do more hotel per site because of less parking per site, then maybe there's more sites where the multifamily players could get into play. And maybe with more incentives, if in fact we get more permission from the state government eventually, to put more affordable housing stock in play, all at once we're meeting lots of goals, all because we unlocked one easy and inexpensive solution, and that is the minimization of required parking counts. As to maximum parking counts, that may be something we can look at before third reading and determine if there is better quality data out there to make that decision. As to FAR trade-offs, similarly, we may have more hard quantitative data to help us make that decision. But as for now, I think you're sitting on a winner, and I encourage strongly each member of the Metro Council to vote in support of Councilmember Sledge's forward-thinking bill tonight.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
David Creed. I live at 2023 Galbraith Drive in Nashville. I'm in the development and commercial real estate business. We own properties downtown and Music Row. We've done adaptive reuse projects and ground-up projects. As you guys know, on the ground-up side, parking can oftentimes cost almost as much as the actual building structure. I know you guys are aware of the numbers, close to $30,000 a parking space. The other concept that I want to lean in on is when we're interacting with, well, you can think what you want, but it's like, developers don't build things that people don't want to lease, right? I mean, when we chase a project, we're building something or, doing an adaptive reuse project with full intention of leasing it. And, just the other day, we've got several properties in the Music Row area, and I'm there with a prospective tenant, and we're thinking about these parking requirements. We don't want, to have these massive parking lots behind these projects, and the tenant doesn't want them either. And it puts us in a position where we're going to have to, lease spaces to, hit our parking code requirement. And so the question just becomes, if the developers, we're going to put enough parking in to where the tenants and the companies are comfortable that their employees or their guests are going to visit. And if we make mistakes, those companies are going to pay the price for that, and the developers are going to pay the price from it. But I think that the companies in this town are smart folks, and I think the developers are smart folks too. And so I hope that you guys, I hope you guys pass this. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in favor of the bill wishes to speak? All right, those in opposition, if you would come forward, if you just line up. Anybody who wishes to speak in opposition, if you'd come on now, line up. I need name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hello, I'm glad to be here. My name is Alice Forrester. I live at 803 Fatherland Street, 37206. I'm currently president of Historic Edgefield, and I've been a resident there for 37 years, so I've seen a lot of change, and we've always been an inner city neighborhood, and we're sturdy. I'm here because this bill is wonderful in principle. We support the intent of this, but I'm really concerned that as it's written, it's really a one-size-fits-all bill. And as the councilwoman here mentioned, we're a tiny island, residential island of about 18 blocks, and we're in the arm of this UZO. We're unlike East End and Laughlin Springs. We're surrounded. We have Woodland Street, we have the Titan Stadium, and we have all kinds of spillover parking already. So we contacted Councilman Sledge. We did not have opportunity for a community meeting. We're kind of in a reactive mode. We're just concerned about parking and traffic, which is our number one concern and has been in the last few years. So we do have a meeting scheduled with Councilman Sledge. We want to inform our neighbors more. We want to see if there's a bit of a carve out maybe so that commercial businesses within our residential area do have some parking requirements. There's no easy solution. And I'm just here to say, this bill is really great. I'm a walker. I have 3 bicycles. I try to, I've tried transit. It hasn't worked yet. We have a long way to go with some of these great opportunities to get people out of cars. And I will say also the parking in our neighborhood, people are not from the UZO often, they're not from Nashville, they're often from out of state. So I'm just asking for some time. We want to meet with Councilman Sledge and see what we can do to maybe just help our neighborhood stay a neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name's Jim Hubler. I live at 607 Fatherland Street. I've been in Nashville for 50 years and lived in historic Edgefield for 35 years. I've seen a lot of changes in the city, particularly on the east side. I was very excited when they built the Titan Stadium, but then the reality started to dawn when I found that a lot of people were parking all over the streets. They were even blocking my driveway. We had to have cars towed so we could get out of our own parking. And I am very much in favor of public housing and also in favor of affordable housing. But the key component in this minimum parking is the public transit system, and we're not there. I'm hoping that you will do some sort of planning and look forward to meeting with you, Councilmember Sledge, and try to find some solutions so that residential districts are not impacted by commercial development. For example, in historic Edgefield, there is a party house on one of the blocks in historic Edgefield. There's been another one that has been proposed for the neighborhood. There is another proposal to take over a church and put in a hotel with a 600 space event space and 0 parking. Where do you think they're going to park? They're going to park in the neighborhood and block up the streets. So I applaud you for thinking about affordable housing. That is a critical need for Nashville. And I applaud Councilmember Sledge for looking at finding a solution to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hubler. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Bob Campbell Smith. I live at 803 Fatherland Street in East Nashville, in Edgefield. And first thing I want to say is it's very odd for me to be on the opposing side of this in theory, because my wife and I bicycle. We've lived in Edgefield for 35 years. We walk and we live that lifestyle, and we're all for it. We're all for reducing cars. We're on the side of of that. But our main concern is, as you're hearing from our friends and neighbors, is how this will affect our particular neighborhood in a negative way. And I think, and we're encouraged that we're going to have a meeting and look at how this, what we can do about that. But so I don't know. Do we need to defer it? That's not how, none of my business, but thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Ann Manor, 600 Russell.
And you may want to you can pull the microphone down. There you go. Thank you.
Ann Manor, 600 Russell in Edgefield. Okay.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Yeah. I support the overall intent of the bill to encourage more affordable housing and make Nashville a healthier, more walkable city, but I feel that the bill should be revised to retain mandatory minimum parking requirements for commercial usage properties on local streets in otherwise residential neighborhoods. Last Thursday, several planning commissioners found our concerns about negative impacts on residents valid, and Councilmember Sledge has agreed to meet to discuss these concerns. I hope that you all will address these concerns and help to make this a better bill. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Brown. I live at 1302 Edgewood Place, right behind the Eastland Kroger, and I also own commercial property on both Gallatin and Eastland Avenue. I feel like we're kind of putting the cart before the horse, no pun intended, but what happened to the transportation plan? We need to come up with something that the city can adopt to make what's trying to be accomplished here work. And I appreciate many of the points that were made by the people that are in favor of this bill. I just feel like there's something needs to be done sort of in front of this. And also, it cannot be a one-size-fits-all for all the neighborhoods across the UZO. We're not all downtown. Downtown, that makes sense. People where there's not parking or not putting parking in, but it doesn't make sense throughout the whole UZO. Maybe the idea could be to reduce the minimums in some cases. There was a good point made about hotels. Maybe that needs to be reduced, and different commercial could be looked at different ways. But otherwise, there's just going to be spillover in the neighborhood. I hear the complaints about it in Edgefield all the time, and I have a friend that lives in a condo that was built using the minimums, and they don't have enough parking. So in some cases, maybe it needs to be beyond what it is, but it can't be a one-size-fits-all to do this and all of a sudden cram that throughout the city. I know people that won't go to a restaurant if there's not easy parking because they're trying to get a whole group together and they want people to be able to get there easily and safely. I know that when I go to Germantown, I park in the neighborhood, and I'm sure they don't like it, but it's because I can't find parking near the commercial business that I'm trying to frequent. So I think this needs to be deferred and thought out a little bit more, and take the idea and fine tune it and make it work for across the different neighborhoods. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ingrid Campbell. I live in McFerrin Park. My address is 313 Grace Street. I'm sure many of you know who I am, especially when you look at 115 that's coming up. Affordable housing, that's wonderful. Great opportunity for us to have less parking and do affordable housing. That's one contention I have in the neighborhood. The second contention I have in the neighborhood is parking. That's an issue because people are coming to my area. We have restaurants there, we have Audrey, we have the Redhead Stranger, we have a future project which will be on Cleveland. It's the Ray of Hope Church restaurant venue. But the number one complaint, well, the second one, first one's no grocery store, but number one complaint is parking. I have people that have a wheelchair ramp to the house. I'm working on one now with Councilman Parker, trying to get a sign so in front of his house so we can have someone park there without someone taking his space. You wouldn't believe how parking is an issue. It really is. All I'm asking, please give me time to talk to the community. I have a meeting on Thursday this week our monthly meeting and just talk to them so they know, one, that this is coming, because didn't really know. I kind of knew, but not the whole community. And I would like to speak and have them understand, hey, what's the feeling here? What's the thoughts? So that's my contention, but I'm all for affordable housing.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this bill? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So let's go ahead and get the substitute in front of us, if you don't mind. I'll move the substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Sledge has the substitute. He's moving the substitute properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
Thanks. I'll try to give the basics, and then I'll lean on Ms. Milligan for the details. So the substitute came as a result, and many of you, I'll walk through just the process we've been through here. This was introduced a couple months ago. We did something similar we've done with a couple of bills that are text amendments, where we deferred that public hearing at Planning Commission a month so that the planning staff would have enough time to go through and make their considerations and calculations. What came as a result was a substitute. This bill was initially introduced as just simply eliminating parking minimums throughout the UZO. As you'll recall, we, a couple of years ago, eliminated those parking minimums in the UZO on corridors, on properties that have majority frontage on corridors. And as we all know, the downtown code, the DTC, has not had parking minimums for several years. The substitute that comes out is the work product of planning staff. And as they took into account several different feedback mechanisms that they had, I'll turn to Ms. Milligan to maybe explain what that substitute entails.
Ms. Milligan?
Sure. So the substitute does a few things. As we were thinking through the bill as filed, we wanted to make sure that we weren't sort of having some unintended consequences where we've used the UZO parking standards in other tools. And so, for instance, we have UDOs, urban design overlays, that are outside of the UZO, urban zoning overlay, that rely on the UZO parking standards. An example of that is the downtown Donaldson UDO. And so we didn't want to get into a position where we were undoing the work that community had done on that UDO, and in some way resulting in no parking being required. And so we simply added a statement into the substitute that says that this doesn't apply to UDOs that rely on the UZO standard, and it doesn't apply to SPs that have already been passed that rely on the UZO standard. And so we're just sort of exempting those things to keep those straight. A couple of other things that the substitute did is, as Councilmember Sledge indicated, we included now, we turned the minimums into maximums. So if we're not requiring parking, but you choose to have parking within a project, that the minimum now becomes a maximum. So you can have parking up to a certain number. So this is not a prohibition on parking. It's just removing the requirement for parking and then setting a roof for if you are going to require parking, or are you going to provide parking, how much you can provide. The last thing that it did is it talks about FAR. And so right now there is floor area ratio. So right now there is in the code an allowance that if you are building a building that has structured parking and you are required to have, let's just say, 10 spaces, and you build 10 spaces, those 10 spaces would not count against your FAR that you're permitted to have, your floor area. And so the way that the code is written is it indicates that required parking can be excluded. And so we didn't want to get into a situation where if no parking is required, but someone wants to have parking, that they're not being punished for having parking by their FAR. And so we've simply added something to say that you can still exempt parking up to the maximum from your FAR. So we just didn't want to get into a situation where we were punishing somebody for having parking from a UZO standard or from a FAR standard. So I think those are the key points.
All right, Councilmember Sledge.
Great, thank you, Ms. Milligan. And so, Vice Mayor, to add on to that, and thank you for the time, I want to give folks a sense of this substitute, kind of where it sits in good practice and parking legislation that we're seeing in cities across the country. As I said at Planning Commission, eliminating parking minimums is becoming more and more standard in cities across the country, whether they're as large as places like St. Paul and Minneapolis. Entire states have effectively eliminated them within at least a half mile of transit, which would be way bigger than the UZO we're talking about. And so this is pretty middle of the road. We did this for corridors, and now it expands to the UZO when it comes to parking minimums. When it comes to parking maximums, it's a little bit on the leading edge. There are cities that are doing this. There are cities, like full cities, that have done this, do include, like I mentioned, Minneapolis. There are other cities that have been doing the same thing we're doing, where it's minimums and maximums. What I do want to put forth to you is the UZO, we're about a 700,000 person city. The UZO has about 155,000 of those people. Cities of that size, 100 to 150,000, day by day, week by week, are eliminating parking minimums. Just last week, Lexington, which was mentioned by a speaker, Lexington and its combined county government is twice that size, and they eliminated parking minimums. Cambridge, Massachusetts, which is almost exactly that size, eliminated parking minimums. And coming up in a couple of weeks, Gainesville, Florida, which is almost exactly that size, is going to be eliminating parking minimums. So I do know that there may be concerns for that, and I know that we'll get questions as well, but please know that this is incremental. We did this a couple of years ago in corridors. We're taking the next step now, and the policy that's put before you is one that's being replicated throughout the country in similarly sized municipalities. And I'd ask for your support on the substitute, and then we could talk to the whole bill. Thanks.
All right, so Councilmember Sledge has moved the substitute. It's been properly seconded. Discussion on the substitute. All right, seeing none, we're voting on the substitute. All in favor of the substitute say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. Okay, Councilmember Sledge, you're on your bill as substituted.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for approval as substituted and with a brief explanation.
Okay, so the motion is to approve Bill 2022-1412 as substituted for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I want to thank, again, as I did at Planning Commission, everybody for coming out. This has been one of the most encouraging conversations I have had as a council member, from folks who have questions about it, from folks who are fully in support, from folks who may not be in support. I think all the viewpoints that have been presented are valid, and they're ones that I'm trying to take into account as we work through this bill. As mentioned, I do have a meeting with several of the members who spoke against. We're meeting next week on this. I'm also meeting with the city of Berry Hill because their vice mayor reached out. They are not in the UZO, but they reached out because they're very interested in this. They are thinking about doing something like this and want to look to us to see what we're doing. So what I want to kind of put forth to you is the real world implications of this. It was mentioned previously that a big part of this is about housing. Building parking is expensive. It was mentioned by one of the speakers that for every 2 spaces that are built, they could build 1 unit of housing. At the Planning Commission, we had a well-known and well-respected architect and developer who spoke to about 20 properties that they have been involved in, some of which have not been built yet, but most of which were, and what their real-world parking had been. And when you compared it to what it would look like if it were minimums flipped to those maximums, and the net overage, quote-unquote, overage of the effect of this was about 600 spaces. It was about 12% of they overbuilt. So if you think about those 600 spaces among those 20 properties, those 600 spaces could have been turned into 300 additional housing. 300 additional housings. That's 20% of what the Barnes Fund does in a year. Could have been done in just a small sampling of 20 properties throughout the UZO. So know that that's what we're talking about. That's the real world scale we're talking about. Hundreds, if not thousands, of housing units that we're leaving on the table because we're building parking that is being underutilized. So that's where I would encourage you to think about for this bill. I am going to keep working on it. I'm working on it with developers who've brought up issues. I'm working on it with the communities who brought up questions. I do know one thing that's come up that's a concern, and I totally get it, is about residential parking permits and the enforcement of residential parking permits. Like, we're going to talk a little bit later tonight about our program and our enforcement and who's taking that over and how we're going to improve that. The other thing that I've heard a lot is I'd love to do this, but our transit system isn't there yet. Folks, we're at 107% of our pre-2020 service levels that we go. We're north of 90% of our service utilization, and we're about to have a capital spending plan that comes to us that enables us to take the next step on improving service. These things are building upon each other, and what we have to do is keep taking those stair steps to become a city that's more sustainable and, quite frankly, more affordable to live in. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Sledge. Okay, so we've got a motion before us to approve Bill 2022-1412 as substituted for passage on second reading. It was properly seconded. A discussion on the bill. Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you everyone who spoke in support and had questions about this particular bill. I do share some of the concerns in regards to the commercial parking. Of course, District 3, which is the district that I serve, is more of a suburban district, and this would not work in that area. However, I do recognize and appreciate the concerns that were expressed today about commercial. So my question, maybe even a point of order question, if this passes tonight, is there an opportunity to do any amendments or changes to the bill on third reading?
Ms. Darby?
We're on a public hearing right now, and I believe this will be back on second reading at the next meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification.
Go back.
Apologies. It's on second reading now. It should be amendable on third reading since it is Title 17 related bill.
So it is amendable on third reading. So after the meetings that are held, it can be changed. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Swope.
Previous question.
Okay, Councilmember Swope has called the previous question. We're voting just on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. All right, so we're on the vote. We're on approval on second reading of BL 2022-1412 as substituted. Okay, we'll try it by voice vote. All those in favor of the bill as substituted for passage on second reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. So the bill passes on second reading. Okay. Councilmember Swope?
Mark me as abstention, please.
Oh, marked as being abstained. Okay, so Councilmember Swope is going to be marked as abstaining. Anybody else abstaining? Councilmember Hurt? Anybody else? All right, so the bill passes on second reading. We're now on item 8, Bill 2022-1432. This is by Councilmember O'Connell. It can be taken with item number 15, which is BL 2022-1479. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying an historic landmark overlay district on property located at 230 Representative John Lewis Way North and 223 4th Avenue North. It's 130 feet south of Union Street. And item number 15 is BL 2022-1479. That's the companion bill. It's an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1432. Proposed historic landmark overlay district. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you've got item 8 and 15 as the companions. Is that correct?
8 and 15 together.
Okay, great. And on this one as well, I was notified by the council office that notices were not returned, and so we will need to defer this. So I'd like to push till the December public hearing, please.
Okay, so these are going to be deferred automatically to the first meeting in December. Okay. Okay. All right. We're on item number 9, BL 2022-1433 by Councilmember Toombs. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R8 to IWD zoning for properties located at 423 Woodfolk Avenue and 410 Haney Avenue. It's approximately 519 feet west of Britt Church Pike. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open a public hearing.
Okay, we're on BL 2022-1433 by Councilmember Toombs. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I got one hand in opposition. All right, so anybody in favor wishing to speak? I didn't see any hands. Did anybody wish that, I couldn't see, that wanted to speak in favor of this bill? All right, for the gentlemen, if you would like to speak you don't want to speak in opposition? All right, anybody wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval on second and defer third reading to the first meeting in December.
Okay. All right, so let me make sure I've got the motion right. So the motion is to pass on second reading tonight and have third reading on the bill the first meeting in December. Okay, is that right? That's the motion, properly seconded. Discussion on the motion. Again, it's to go ahead and pass it on second reading tonight, but third will come up in the first meeting in December. That's the motion. Seeing nobody in the queue, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. Second reading passes tonight, and then we'll hear the bill on third reading the first meeting in December. We are now on BL 2022-1437. It's item number 10. This is by Councilmember O'Connell. We can take it with item number 19. 1437, it's to amend Title 17 by applying an historic landmark overlay district, probably located at 627 2nd Avenue South, 105 feet north of Elm Street, zone DTC, within the Rutledge Hill Redevelopment District. And item 19, which is the companion bill, BL 2022-1485, ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1437. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've got some graffiti occurring at my desk. I'm just trying to keep an eye on that. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
All right, we will have security come over and watch your desk. We are opening up the public hearings on BL 2022-1437 and BL 2022-1485. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of that measure, of the two measures. I see a hand way in the back. There it is. Okay. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to the two measures. Don't see anybody in opposition. Would you like to speak in favor? No. All right. I don't see anybody wishing to speak. Declare the public hearing closed. We're on 1437 and 1485. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval.
Councilmember O'Connell is moving approval of those two measures on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion?
I think more than security, it may be important to get Councilmember Rosenberg over here to clean this off, but we'll see.
I'm not sure if that used his name in some type of integrity way, but we'll go ahead. So the motion is to approve both those bills on second reading. Again, they were properly seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Those two are adopted on second reading. We're on BL 2022-1446 by Councilmember O'Connell. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from DTC to SP zoning for properties located at 507, 509, 511, 515, 517, 519, and 521 2nd Avenue South, 203 Peabody Street, and 518 3rd Avenue South, southwest corner of Peabody Street and 2nd Avenue South, located within the Rutledge Hill Redevelopment District. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on that bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of that bill. Okay, got a bunch of hands over here on the right side. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this bill. Okay, I've got hands on both sides, so let's start with those in favor. Anybody in favor wishing to speak, if you'd come forward. I need a name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. For the record, my name is Dean Stratuli, President of Congress Group. We own the site currently, as of tonight, residing at 151 First Avenue South, which is the Four Seasons that opened today. So We are excited about this project and bringing it forward because we think that it represents the ability to keep Nashville growing in a positive sense. This is a super block. We are bound by Peabody, Lee, Second, and Third, it's over 2 acres. And the underlying zoning would create what I call an early Soviet block architecture, where you build property line to property line and would create yet another plywood box in Nashville. We have the opportunity here to further refine the architecture in Nashville, creating 3 towers, 36 stories, 18 stories, 32 stories, much needed rental housing. But more importantly, we're putting all our parking underground. We're creating about 50,000 square feet of park and a very nice curated park, including water features. We are putting approximately 20,000 square feet, 25,000 square feet of retail at the ground floor. And as you debated some of these earlier questions about parking, I'm from Boston, where we're eliminating parking as quickly as any city in the country. And what we're trying to promote here is a pedestrian experience where people have a place to live, work, play, where they can walk to their office, they can stay in this community, they can have all of their support amenities here. We think that we will continue our hallmark of creating significant architecture, affordable housing, and creating an environmentally safe and welcoming project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Woods Drinkwater. I'm an attorney with the Nelson Mullins Law Firm at 150 4th Avenue North, Suite 1100. I'm here actually representing the developer of this project. And if the council members here tonight have not looked at the plans that have been submitted, I strongly encourage you to do so. They are dramatic. They would represent an excellent addition to downtown Nashville. These are 3 unique and useful buildings. It would increase hotel and residential in the area of Nashville that desperately needs it in the transitional Lafayette subdistrict just outside of the downtown core. It would include a publicly accessible but privately maintained public park, almost an acre of public park. As Mr. Stratulli said, it has 5 levels of underground parking so that it's pedestrian friendly. You wouldn't walk around and see a parking garage above ground. You would walk around, you see green space, you see retail. Again, I refer you to the plans. These 3 buildings are laid out in such a way that there's not pedestrian access around the block. You can cut through. You can access it from almost any point around the entire block. It is, again, a dramatic architecture, dramatic feature, and it would improve the neighborhood and improve downtown as a whole, and I would strongly encourage you to support this SP. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak in favor? All right. Those who are opposed, if you would come forward. Go ahead and line up. Anybody wishing to speak in opposition, if you come on up, need name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, members of council. My name is Steve Snyder. I'm a resident of the City Lights condominium project on 20 Rutledge Street, 1 block away from the proposed development. Obviously, you all know that a special plan zoning is required to be consistent with the general plan for the area. The general plan for the area is obviously Nashville Next. Specifically, it is the downtown code. And more specifically, as was mentioned by council to Congress, this is actually in the Lafayette subdistrict. The Lafayette subdistrict in the city's plan, in the general plan, is characterized as primarily low-rise and should act as a transition from the height of the core and Sobro to the single-family neighborhoods to the south. The current height limits in the Lafayette subdistrict call for mid-rise at most, and specifically in this block, 8 stories with bonus height up to 11 stories. What this proposal proposal is proposing to do is to bring to a neighborhood a facility that is 3.5 times taller than any existing building, 3.5 times taller than the general plan for this neighborhood. I would ask each of you council members, unfortunately none of you do live downtown, the decision that my wife and I made based on the plan, selecting a character of life, a character of a neighborhood based on that plan. But each of you in your neighborhoods, if this project were 1 block away from your home and it was 3.5 times the height of any existing building in the neighborhood, I would ask you to consider that as you consider a vote on this special plan. I would also point out the fact that one of the members of the Planning Commission, who is a developer in this town, who has developed commercial and residential properties, voted against this plan, and I would encourage all of you to do the same. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. Sorry. Hi, good evening. My name is Melissa Adams, and I live at 621 2nd Avenue South since 2007 in a home built in 1799 that was completely renovated from the stud all the way back to the studs approximately 20 years ago.
Ms. Adams, you may want to get a little closer to the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. There you go.
I live about a half a block from this proposed project, and I am here tonight because I love my city, I love my neighborhood, and I love my home. And this project will have a significant negative impact and block everyone's view of the city. The existing buildings surrounding this proposed project are all of similar low to mid-rise height and exterior building materials. They are not all historical buildings, but they have been designed and built in a manner that fit in and complement the existing neighborhood and maintain the historical feel and streetscape. This project breaks up and divides the neighborhood with its proposed height and design. I came before the Planning Commission around this time last year regarding a proposed project of similar height and size located on the opposite side of 2nd Avenue South. I was so concerned because, and this is not to attack anyone here tonight in this council, but it's to let you know what is going on. I was so concerned because after numerous calls, I could not get my councilman to return my phone calls or voicemails. Since I did not hear back from him and was so concerned regarding this past project and the project before it that were all wanting height restrictions and variances, I called the vice mayor because I didn't know where else to turn to. I'm sorry. The neighborhood boundaries are clearly defined and can be obtained by anyone, including the developers, prior to the purchasing of these properties. My councilman, who represents my district, made an announcement on Channel 2 News that he did not know where the neighborhood boundaries are. Building restrictions are in place. Do you mind if I have one more brief second?
That's fine.
Thank you. Building restrictions are in place for a reason, to protect the neighborhoods and their neighbors. Tonight, I'm asking Metro Council to vote against this development, this proposed development, and asking them to request that these developers who know the building restrictions and codes prior to purchasing these parcels to build within the existing guidelines. When they say that there is going to be parking 5 levels down, my home that was completely renovated all the way back to the studs and had no cracks in it has had significant cracks over the past few years because of the blasting that is taking place. These buildings were not built for this kind of impact. I am asking the council, the Planning Commission tonight, the council tonight, to do the right thing, because there's a reason that these restrictions are in place, And when you reach out to your councilman, you should have him respond back to you because he is there to protect you, not the developers. I thank you all for your time and have a good night.
All right, thank you. All right, does anybody else wishing to speak on this particular matter? Seeing none, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
Okay, so we are on item number 11, Bill 2022-1446. Councilmember O'Connell has moved passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. Just a couple notes on this. First, let me apologize. I have spoken to multiple City Lights residents. I've done a walkthrough of the property at their request. We've had multiple community meetings out there, and if I somehow missed some voicemails from one particular person, I'm very apologetic. We've had a lot of individual email correspondence about this, and I'll be happy to go make sure I've got correct contact information and collect that after this meeting. Just to give a little bit of history on this so people understand, there was a version of this project proposed actually now years ago that did not meet planning's expectations for this. This site is a little unusual in that it is situated between an area of the downtown code that allows potentially unlimited height and an area that allows lower height. And City Lights residents are in a context that demonstrates how quickly times are changing in terms of the capacity for downtown. Consistent with Nashville Next, which identifies most of downtown as an urban center that should contain our growth patterns, we have an area where City Lights just prior to construction was unable to achieve a bonus height modification of just 4 stories to get up to 11 stories. Later, the bonus height modification program has been used for considerable height allowances within the downtown code in particular, but some SPs outside of the downtown code. This has been a challenging conversation, but that initial plan failed to meet planning's tests for exceptional design, and it was rejected. And then the bonus height program was used again and approved by planning. It was not originally even going to come to the Metro Council. Colleagues might have read about a lawsuit that was filed. And so the project team took a different route and went through the planning process. So in effect, the Planning Commission has not only heard this case twice, they've approved it twice on the basis of significantly improved designs. And I know it's not at consensus in the community, but so I've heard from not just City Lights residents, but surrounding property owners that are strongly supportive of this. And I think to the project team's proposal, if we look at what is possible within downtown along Lafayette, where, again, on one side of the street, you're looking at core, on the other side, you're looking at a different sub-district, it does put a lot of pressure on what is allowed. But I think again, we've already heard tonight in looking at the planning department staff recommendation for approval and looking at the commission's consideration of this and approval, this has met the test that allows for that height to be used. I think one of the hardest things is going back and reconsidering this because in all honesty, I think there are places within the downtown code where the policy allowances within the policy sub-districts are probably not sufficient to keep up with Nashville's growth and the idea that Nashvillians have that we want a dense downtown, which has been expressed over and over again. So I do understand the height concerns. I'm not convinced that, a 15, 20-story building there would be, there's a question of what is the appropriate transition from unlimited height down to more constrained height. This is one of the toughest little stretches of downtown. So I understand the concerns. I'm happy to continue meeting, but I know that this has been in process now for more than a year, and I think planning has digested and approved all these concerns, and I would encourage colleagues to as well. So I renew my motion to approve. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Council Member. So the motion is to approve on item number 11, Bill 2022-1446, for passage on second reading. Again, it was properly duly seconded. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. The height variance is not so much of a concern, but I'm just wondering if we've looked at the concern about the 5 stories below, because I do understand what the last lady was saying about the blasting, and that's quite a bit of parking. But it's, we're built on a big rock. So I'm just wondering how we can mitigate the effects of that on these surrounding buildings, whether they're historic homes or just regular buildings. Have we thought about that? Has there been any conversation about minimizing that parking or adding some parking above ground to not have to dig down so deep and blast as much?
Councilmember O'Connell?
I might defer to planning on this, because I know actually one of the things we've had a lot of conversation about over the past really year has been looking at, in fact, preferring below ground to above ground parking in a lot of the urban core. And so one of the complicating factors that I've dealt with for really most of both terms has been that the state is the state fire marshal's office is the regulatory authority on blasting. And so I'm happy to defer to planning, though, on the kind of how we strike that balance.
Ms. Milligan?
Certainly, as Councilmember O'Connell mentioned, we have been encouraging more use of underground parking as opposed to above-grade parking, especially in our urban areas, as a means to provide for the type of pedestrian-friendly streetscapes that we seek to achieve in urban areas. So that we are putting sort of the car storage underground, and we can have people and activity at our street levels. As Councilmember O'Connell mentioned, blasting is regulated through state processes, but typically with any sort of blasting, you would have a process where there would be pre-blast surveys done of any surrounding properties within a certain distance, and then there's always monitoring and contact between whoever's handling the blasting company and nearby residents if there were to be any sort of damages. So they do pre-blast surveys through part of that process.
Okay. Councilmember Johnston.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I also like the idea of underground parking. I think we're on the same page with that because I understand the benefits of it, but I also understand the concern of blasting and the effects of, the surrounding buildings. And so I feel for her, and I hope that she's hearing that there are some surveys, and I don't know who she should reach out to make sure that her property is surveyed before and after and what she can do, to take care of her property, but I hope someone can communicate that with her.
All right. Councilmember O'Connell.
Yeah, sure. It is the State Fire Marshal's office, and I'm happy to make that contact, and I do plan to go out to the gallery after the public hearing.
Okay. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The council member may have explained this, but I didn't get it. Can we go over again what height is allowed? As I understand this is T6 downtown neighborhood, and how the magic happens that you get from 11 feet to 30-something.
Certainly. So what you all are considering tonight is a specific plan, SP zoning. So this is not a downtown code consideration. So when we're looking at downtown code and so downtown code is a zoning district that applies to downtown, and it provides for base zoning or base height that's permitted, and then there's bonus height that can be earned through the DTC, and then there are overall height modifications, and so that all happens through the DTC. This project went through a DTC overall height modification and was approved at the Planning Commission. They are now availing themselves of an SP process, which is a rezoning. It is a different consideration. It is not the same standards that are outlined in the DTC related to base height, bonus height. It is strictly a policy consideration. And so we're looking at the policy, land use policy, which is T6 downtown neighborhood. We're looking at the location within the policy, and we're looking at the design in regards to the appropriateness of the height. And so an SP is not sort of a mathematical equation like a DTC is. So it's a different process with different considerations.
Thank you. Councilmember Allen. Okay, good. Councilmember O'Connell.
Yeah, and just one point is, and Lisa, please confirm for me that this is accurate, but I believe the actual design plan submitted for originally DTC bonus height modification and the SP are effectively the same. Is that correct?
That's correct. The SP and the DTC overall height modification, the plan is unchanged.
All right, here's where we are. We are on BL 2022-1446. The motion is to approve on second reading. It's been properly seconded. Anybody else in the queue? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of BL 2022-1446 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. The bill passes on second reading. Again, it requires 3 readings to pass. All right, we are now on item number 12, BL 2022-1469 by Councilmember Cash. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending the Primrose Neighborhood Urban Design Overlay to clarify several defining characteristics of the neighborhood for various properties starting at the corner of Brightwood Avenue and Primrose Avenue. Councilmember Cash, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Anybody here in either way? I didn't see any hands. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Cash, you're on your bill.
Thanks. This is an amendment or a change to the Primrose UDO guidelines. It's really clarifying language that comes out of something that happened with 2 houses in the overlay. I'd like to amend it and then defer second reading.
All right. So, Councilmember Cash, you're on BL 2022-1469. So, you're going to move passage on second reading, but then you just want to put the amendment on.
I want to put the amendment on.
But then not vote on it.
Yeah, the amendment came out of a community meeting. There were some suggestions about further clarifying a definition, and that got incorporated into the...
Okay, let's go ahead and get the amendment on. You've got a motion to approve the amendment, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the amendment.
Like I said, it came out of, we had a community meeting, and there were some questions, and a couple of people wanted something better defined, and so planning staff created this amendment to better define what we were talking about in the overlay guidelines.
All right, so Councilmember Cash has moved an amendment to the bill, properly seconded. Any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Councilmember Cash, you're on your bill as amended.
Thanks. I'd like to defer second reading until the first meeting in December.
Okay, so the motion is deferred to the first meeting in December. Okay, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred to the first meeting in December. We're on item number 13, BL 2022-1472 by Councilmember O'Connell. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 to refine site plan review procedures within Chapter 17.37 Downtown Code and Chapter 17.40 Administration Procedures relating to approval of concept plans and final site plans within the DT zoning district. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill. Okay. All right. We'll skip over that one. We'll come back to that one. Councilmember Rosenberg, we're on item number 14, BL 2022-1473. An ordinance to amend section 17.40.010 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to require written notice to neighboring property owners of the decision to grant or deny a reasonable accommodation. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Didn't see anybody on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Rosenberg, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the substitute, please.
All right, so Councilmember Rosenberg has the substitute on this one. Councilmember Rosenberg has moved the substitute, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation.
Move approval. It adds some a period of time when the notice should be sent out. It came from planning. Ms. Milligan could probably expand on it.
Ms. Milligan.
Yes, so as originally filed, the legislation required that notice be sent. There is a certain set time period for appeals, and so we added in a notice must be sent within 5 days of a decision, so that you have enough time to appeal should you choose to do so. So ours was just a clarification adding in that requirement.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Milligan. Okay, you've heard an explanation of the substitute. Discussion on the substitute, Councilmember Allen. Oh, all right. All right, so anybody else on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's adopted. You're on your bill as substituted.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Milligan. So as it stands now, when a reasonable accommodation request goes to the zoning administrator makes a decision to approve or deny, and it's under state law. It's state statute. It's nothing that we control. And like with other zoning administrator decisions, people have the right to appeal. The problem is right now, no notice is sent out. The only way you know that an application was made and that there's a decision to appeal is if you go to an obscure website. So even if you're next door to a property that's affected, whether it's a group home or another reasonable accommodation, you don't know that anything has happened until after the appeal period has passed. So this simply adds a notice requirement requiring that notices be sent to nearby residents so they have the information they need to decide if it's worth appealing or not. And I move approval.
All right, so Councilmember Rosenberg has moved approval of 1473 as substituted and properly seconded. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. If I could get either the sponsor or someone from planning to explain what all is included in a reasonable accommodation, just so that I have a better understanding of
Okay, I'm going to
sort of what the whole context is here.
I'm going to go to Councilmember Rosenberg first.
Sure, I will say that the situation that came up in my district is that state law allows group homes with up to 8 residents and 2 employees in any single family neighborhood. We had a situation where one was approved. I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, but the residents felt blindsided because they didn't know until all this heavy construction equipment rolled in and started preparing the property to become this commercial venture. I defer to Ms. Milligan on the rest.
Ms. Milligan?
Yes, so a reasonable accommodation is available to any person or group that serves persons or groups of people that have a federally recognized handicap, or where it provides housing for such people, or where religious exercise is burdened by provision of the zoning code. And so you could ask the zoning administrator, if you are a religious institution, for a reasonable accommodation of something that is within the zoning code if you feel that it is overly burdensome to your exercise of religion, or if there's something in the code that is overly burdensome in the provision of providing housing for handicapped individuals as recognized in federal law. They are relatively rare. I spoke with the zoning administrator to sort of get an idea of what they were looking at, and they are fairly rare, but they do happen on occasion.
Councilmember Allen.
Thank you for that explanation. So I know there's an organization called Our Home Nashville that does amazing ministry of taking people with mental disabilities and providing a safe place for them to live and be independent that is, I think, a real gift to the families that have not been able to provide that kind of atmosphere for those. Does the Fair Housing Act or anything provide protection for people who just say, I don't want those people? I mean, I would hate for us to create an atmosphere where people who don't have the opportunity to understand what's going on just have a knee-jerk reaction and can stop something simply because they don't know. Is that, am I missing the context here or not?
Yes, so a use of a group home is permitted within zoning. So what you're asking for a reasonable accommodation for is if there is something in the zoning code that you aren't necessarily meeting. So you're asking for accommodation of a provision of the zoning code, not asking for the permission to allow for a use. The use is permitted by the zoning code, but you're asking for accommodation on a provision of the code that is burdensome to providing that use. Is that clear? Okay.
Okay. All right. Anybody else with questions on the bill as substituted? All right, we're on second reading, Bill 2022-1473 as substituted. It was properly seconded. Ready to vote. All those in favor of the bill as substituted for passage on second reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes on second reading. Item number 15, we've already handled. Item number 16 by Councilmember Syracuse, BL 2022-1480. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying a contextual overlay district for various properties located east of McGavick Pike and south of Meadowwood Drive. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized on your bill, and it's a disapproved bill.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. Open public hearing, please.
It's a disapproved bill, so I believe we have to have slides.
Slides.
Correct?
Right.
Okay, sorry. Ms. Milligan, you're recognized.
Yes, this is BL 2022-1480, the Lincoln Hills Contextual Overlay. This is a request to apply a contextual overlay to the properties that are outlined in red. The Planning Commission recommendation was to disapprove. The existing zoning is RS20. The proposed zoning would be a contextual overlay. The land use policy for the area is T3 Suburban Neighborhood Maintenance. As a reminder, contextual overlays are an overlay that go on top of the base zoning. It does not change the uses that are permitted by the zoning, but adds in context-sensitive guidelines for new construction, including additions. The standards apply to setbacks, height, coverage, access, garages, and parking. The Planning Commission recommendation, I apologize, there's a typo in there. The Planning Commission recommendation was to disapprove, as there were concerns as to if the neighborhood was supportive of the proposal, and this is typically a neighborhood-driven process.
All right, thank you, Ms. Milligan. Councilor Syracuse, obviously you're putting some type of red fishnet over your entire district, so I'm not sure why. But Councilor Syracuse, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Let's open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this bill. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this bill. Okay, so I got one hand in opposition. All right, so would you like to speak? Sure. Come on up. Name, address, and you've got 2 minutes in which to speak.
Hello, Council. I'm Tom Gus. I live at 2910 Knobdale. I live in Lincoln Hills. Lincoln Hills is a great neighborhood. They had somebody came in and built something that a handful of the neighbors was very opposed to, and they were looking for a solution. I want to commend Councilman Syracuse because he's been trying to find a solution, and the contextual overlay is just more than the neighborhood needs. I've walked around and talked to many of my neighbors, and 80% of the people on my block are opposed, and I do believe that most of the people in the neighborhood, I do believe the majority of the neighborhood is opposed to this. We feel like it's an overkill. I bought this property so that I could expand it to provide some living space for my elderly parents if need be. And if this overlay goes in, it's going to hamper that. And I'm really looking forward to doing some improvements to my home, and I feel like the contextual overlay is very limiting. So thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this one? Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilor Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to move to defer to the first meeting in February with an explanation.
Okay, the motion is to defer to the first meeting in February. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. So I appreciate my neighbor coming out tonight. I agree with him. I'm also in agreement with planning recommending disapproval of this. So this has been an interesting conversation over many months. We had 3 really well-attended meetings with Lincoln Hills. As you heard, there was somebody that built a 3-story addition to their home that started the conversation of how could that possibly be legit, which it absolutely was. In base zoning in RS, you can absolutely do 3 stories. But that generated the conversation about what can we do to stop that from happening again? and what is the pragmatic level of preservation that we should go through in this neighborhood. The reality is that the contextual overlay, which currently is the only tool in the toolbox, it doesn't totally fit. It doesn't fit the large lots that were in the post-World War II, 1950s, 60s neighborhoods in Donaldson. So I appreciate my neighbors kind of coming along on this journey as we've kind of dove into the contextual overlay. And ultimately, the reason why I'm deferring this to February is I'm going to eventually be hopefully bringing you a new tool that fits the larger lots of Donaldson, and it's basically a two-story overlay. I want good families to invest in their homes. I've heard from families who just came into the neighborhood a couple of years ago. I've got 2 kids. I want to have a third, and this contextual overlay keeps me from doing that. That's legit, and I want to be able to help the voices who want to preserve some level of character, but also want people, good neighbors, to be able to invest in their homes. So to be continued. I'm going to defer this to the first meeting in February while the 2-story overlay catches up to this, and then we'll come back to that conversation. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Syracuse. Motion is to defer to the first meeting in February, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. This one's deferred to the first meeting in February. Item number 17 can be taken with item number 18. These are by Councilmember Toombs. 1481, it's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by amending a specific plan on various properties located southeast of Buena Vista Pike at the intersection of Buena Vista Pike and Cliff Drive. It's approximately 179 feet west of Kirk Avenue, Zone R8 and SP. This is going to add additional parcel to the existing specific plan. And then 1482 is the ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for 1481. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on those 2 bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I actually want to defer the public hearing for both of these to the first meeting in December.
All right, so the motion is to defer to the first meeting in December for both of those. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, we're deferring 1481, 1482. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. These 2 are deferred to the first meeting in December. We've handled 19. Councilmember O'Connell, we're going to go back to item number 13. We had that one when you were out of the chamber. Bill 2022-1472 by Councilmember O'Connell. Ordinance to amend Title 17 to refine site plan review procedures within Chapter 17.37, Downtown Code, and Chapter 17.40, administration procedures relating to approval of concept plans and final site plans within the DTC zoning district. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move approval of brief comment.
All right, 1472. Councilmember O'Connell is moving approval on second reading. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. Just by way of quick explanation here, this really is, I think, a technical improvement to the downtown code that will, the purpose of this is to involve NDOT sooner in the plan review process so you don't get sort of a building concept and site plan and then have the traffic or something about the streetscape come back and require last minute modifications. So I think this will actually improve project flow for just about every project that gets considered within the DTC. So I encourage colleagues to support and renew my motion to approve.
All right, so the motion is to approve on second reading. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one's adopted. All right, we're now back on item number 20. This is BL 2022-1486, get taken with 1487. Councilmember Syracuse is the sponsor. An ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R15 to SP zoning for property located at 2600 Pennington Bend Road. It's approximately 110 feet south of Lock 2 Road. And then 1487 Ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1486. The proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized on those two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized on your two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Those two bills, 1486 and 1487, are adopted on second reading. We're on item number 22. Councilmember Toombs, BL 2022-1488. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R6 to RM20A in S zoning for property located at 1718 Pecan Street, approximately 400 feet west of 18th Avenue North. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Request to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of that measure. All right, thank you. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to that measure. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Don't see anybody moving. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on your bill.
Move for approval.
Okay, the motion is to approve on 1488, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The bill passes on second reading. All right. We're on item number 23, BL 2022-1489 by Councilmember Sledge. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R6 to MUNANS zoning. Property located at 760 East Argyle Avenue. It's approximately 200 feet east of 8th Avenue South. Councilmember Sledge, recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of that measure. Show of hands of those who are in opposition to this measure. I don't see anybody on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Sledge, recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval.
Councilmember Sledge has moved approval of BL 2022-1489, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. That one's adopted. We're now on BL 2022-1490 by Councilmember O'Connell. It can be taken with its companion bill, which is item number 25. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from OR 20 to SP zoning for property located at 1622 Rosedale Parks Boulevard at the southeast corner of Garfield Street and Rosedale Parks Boulevard. It's 0.71 acres. And BL 2022-1491 by Councilmember O'Connell, an ordinance authorizing building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1490. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials restricted in the construction of buildings. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on those two bills.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to defer for till the December public hearing with a brief comment.
Okay, the motion is to defer to the first meeting in December. Both those bills properly seconded. Back to you for discussion.
Thank you. This is a case where this is actually located right in my own neighborhood. This, I hope, will eventually become a wonderful example of affordable housing for seniors supported by the Barnes Fund. I think there was probably a little bit of communication difficulty. I had advised the project team to start having community meetings before the initial filing with planning, and those did not happen. So we are kind of giving the space for more engagement with the community, so hope to be back with some productive feedback and concerns resolved in December, and we'll keep everyone posted. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is deferred to the first meeting in December, both 1490 and 1491. Again, they were properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Both those bills are deferred. Item number 26, BL 2022-1492 by Councilmember Parker. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from IWD to RM15A in S zoning for property located at 806 Cherokee Avenue. It's approximately 255 feet east of Jones Avenue. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this bill. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this bill. Didn't see anybody on either side. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval.
Okay. Councilmember Parker moves approval of 1492, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. Item number 27 by BL 2022-1493 can be taken with 1490. I think it'd be taken with 1494. I think they can be taken together. Is that right, Councilmember Allen? Okay. So ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RS 10 to RM 20 and RM 40, zoning for various properties located west of Ellington Parkway and east of Walton Lane. It's approximately 200 feet east of Arrowhead Drive and partially within a planned unit development overlay district. It's not a companion bill, it just goes with it. BL 2022-1494 by Van Rees and Allen, ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of a planned unit development overlay district on various properties located west of Ellington Parkway and east of Walton Lane, approximately 40 feet east of Walton Lane. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized on both those two bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are in favor of both 1493 and 1494. All right, thank you. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two bills. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Allen, you're on your two bills.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to thank those who came out to show their support and move approval.
All right, motion is to approve both 1493 and 1494 for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Those two bills are passed on second reading. We're on item number 29, BL 2022-1495 by Councilmember O'Connell, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from R6A to RM20A NS zoning for property located at 5 Decatur Street. It's approximately 50 feet north of Meredith Avenue. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this bill. Hand was already up. Several hands are popping up. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this bill. Don't see anybody in opposition. Those in favor wish to speak. Okay, come on up.
I forgot I need to speak. Y'all let me get to this microphone.
Name, address, 2 minutes, and
I think that's
you're on camera.
Decatur Street.
Say it again.
Excuse me.
Yeah, you're on.
I'm Randall Knight. I live at 1077 Sophie Street, Inglewood, 35-year resident. Own that property at 0 Decatur Street over 25. We're also aware that we need to clean that neighborhood up, and I'm going to be a prospect to that. So now I'm trying to put one in front, which I'm grandfathered to the driveway in the front, and I also got the rules with the alley in the back, which has been there since 1932. Now my project is only 35 by 150, and I got the offsets to everything I need to do. I need y'all to come on help me finish cleaning this up, and I'm done.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Loretta Knight. I live at 1077 Sophie Street, and I am in favor of this approval, and I hope you all agree that we can do some good in this neighborhood and clean the area up of crime and any other problems there are, and we would like to make 2 beautiful multifamily homes here and help people that are in need of housing in this city and make it affordable. And I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right. Anybody else wishing to be heard on this one? Okay, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move approval.
All right, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on this one? It's 1495. All right, all those in favor of passage on second reading of BL 2022-1495, say aye. Opposed, no. This one's adopted on second reading. The next one is item number 30, BL 2022-1496 by Benedict Withers and Mendez. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by applying contextual overlay district for various properties located east of Stratford Avenue and south of Fernwood Drive. Councilmember Benedict, you are recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move deferral to the first meeting of December with a brief comment.
Okay, the motion is to defer to the first meeting in December, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. So this was moved to the November 10th Planning Commission meeting, and so this is going to be renoticed, and then we'll hear it there. And do want to let the public know there's some good support for this. So please continue to let the planning commissioners and me know.
Okay. This one's deferred to the first meeting in December, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. That one's deferred. We're on item number 31, BL 2022-1497 by Councilmember Withers. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from CS and IR to SP zoning for property located at 515 Crutcher Street, northwest corner of Crutcher Street and South 6th Street. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. We're on 1497. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this bill. All right, show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this bill. Don't see anybody either way. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Withers, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval with a brief comment.
All right, Councilmember Withers has moved approval, properly seconded. Back to you.
For those who are paying attention, this is not deja vu all over again. We have had community conversations for a little while about working with the owner of this property, which is a mulch yard down across from Public Works at 5th and Crutcher. We've had a couple of typos or paperwork errors, and this is the third public hearing we've had on this one, but the community remains unanimously in support of this reuse to add housing and would also limit short-term rentals for any future housing on that site. And with that, I renew my motion to approve.
All right, the motion is to approve on second reading 1497. Again, it was properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. Item number 32, BL 2022-1498 by Councilmember Syracuse. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from R8 to SP zoning for property located at 114 Cottage Lane, the corner of Cottage Lane and Lebanon Pike. Councilmember Syracuse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody either way. Councilmember Syracuse, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
Councilmember Syracuse moves approval of 1498 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. Item number 33, BL 2022-1499 by Councilmember Stiles, an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from SP to MUL on property located at 5400 Mount View Road, southeast corner of Crossings Boulevard and Mount View Road. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody either way. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
All right, so the motion is to approve 1499 for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you very much. This rezone is for Moves and Grooves, who was here last month, and we gave them a resolution for their 20th anniversary. So this site is going to be their forever home, so I appreciate your support. Thank you.
All right, you've heard the motion. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Again, this is for passage on second reading. All those in favor of 2022-1499 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. We're on item number 34, BL 2022-1500 by Councilmember Welsh. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS 7.5 to R8A zoning for properties located at 3104 Meade Avenue and 436 Patterson Street, northeast corner of Meade Avenue and Patterson Street. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. I can see a hand right there. Show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. I don't see anybody in opposition. Would you like to speak? Nope. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Welsh, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
All right, the motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve say aye. Opposed, no. This one is adopted on second reading. We're now on BL 2022-1501 by Councilmember Parker. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by change from RS5 to R6A zoning for property located at West Sharp Avenue, approximately 178 feet south of West Greenwood Avenue. Councilmember Parker, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing, please.
Declare the public hearing open. We're on BL 2022-1501. Show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Right? A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Seeing nobody on either side, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Parker, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move approval.
Okay, motion is to approve, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of the bill say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes on second reading. We're now on BL 2022-1502 by Van Rees and Allen. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from CS to MUGA-NS zoning. Properties located at 3101 and 3105 Dickerson Pike, northeast corner of Dickerson Pike and Broadmoor Drive. Councilmember Allen, you are recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of this measure. Okay, show of hands of those who are here in opposition to this measure. Don't see anybody either way. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Allen, you're on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
The motion is to approve, properly
I
seconded.
do not want to move approval. Excuse me. I would like to defer to Lisa.
Okay, so we're deferring to Councilmember Lisa, or non-Councilmember Lisa. Ms. Milligan, you're recognized.
Boss, Lisa.
Yes, so actually, this item has not been to the Planning Commission yet. We had a conversation with Councilmember Van Rees. There's going to be some changing to it to make it an SP, and I think she intended to defer the public hearing to January.
I would like to defer to January.
Okay, we just had the public hearing.
Oops, can I rescind it? Can I refer to January and ask for a second public hearing?
I think you can do that. So
That's what I'm
let's
gonna
do
do.
that. So you want to defer this bill, have no vote on second reading, defer the bill to the first meeting in December? Is that what you want to do? January, first meeting in January, and have another public
And have another public hearing.
Okay. All right. That's the motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the motion?
Oh, yeah.
You need 2/3 to do that.
Because we're to do that? And we're not rescinding our action. We're just scheduling a second.
I understand that if public hearings already happened, you're scheduling another when you do the 2/3. Wasn't really noticed for public hearing.
Making the rules.
And I sent an email.
I'm pretty sure we probably told Powell and she just forgot.
Look at the bottom, Rule 29. Not sure how broadly that can be interpreted. Yeah, I'm looking at it. All right. Well, just to be on the safe side.
I'm trying to see if it was.
Okay. We're just to be on the safe side, let's go ahead and do it. So the motion is to approve, is to refer this one to the first meeting in January and have an additional public hearing. And based upon, what, it was Rule 28? Yeah, saying that we're looking at it, but it sounds like we may have to have a 2/3 vote on it. But we can do that through just a simple vote. If everybody's okay with it. So that's the motion. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. 2/3 vote. The motion prevails. All right. We are now on item number 37, BL 2022-1503, which can be taken with item number 38. 1503, an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing from RS10 to SP zoning for properties located at 903 and 925 Massman Drive, and Massman Drive unnumbered at the corner of Massman Drive and Frontage Road, 7.61 acres, to permit 55 multifamily residential units and 15 single-family lots. These are all by Councilmember Bradford. The item number 38 is BL 2022-1504. Also by Councilmember Bradford. That's the companion bill. It's an ordinance to authorize building material restrictions requirements for BL 2022-1503. Proposed specific plan zoning district located at 903 and 925 Massman Drive and Massman Drive unnumbered. Proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of building. All right, Councilmember Bradford, you are recognized on those two bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I ask for the public hearing.
Okay, declare the public hearing open. We're on BL 2022-1503 and 1504. A show of hands of those who are here in favor of those two measures. All right. A show of hands of those who are here in opposition to those two measures. Okay, we've got hands on both sides. So let's start with those in favor. If you would, come on up. Anybody who wishes to speak, go ahead and line up in front of the microphone. Again, anybody who's in favor, please come on down, name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Good evening. My name is John Ditto, 4212 Sneed Road in Nashville, and I'm here to speak in favor of this development. I'm part of the development team, and this is a project that we've been working with Councilman Bradford on for a little bit over a year now. We've conducted, or he has conducted, 4 community meetings. We've really tried hard to listen to the community and to understand their concerns. We believe that what our architects have designed is a very attractive community that will meet a price point that will support the many people that work in the airport and downtown areas. It also blends very well with the neighborhood. We worked very closely with the planning department in order to do that. I guess you'll probably hear from folks that are against this project. There are frankly a few people that are just against any development in this area. You'll also hear from a lot of folks that very much support investment in this neighborhood, which has not had the same kind of growth as some of the other neighborhoods in Nashville. And you should have received several letters of support also in support of this project. So I would just ask that everybody please support additional housing in Nashville. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, 2 minutes.
Good evening. Jeff Hines with Catalyst Design Group, 128 Glen Rock Drive, Nashville, Tennessee. I will make this body aware of just several things for your consideration, and I'll start by saying that I think Councilman Bradford has done a yeoman's job of holding meetings, 4 of them, as mentioned to you, and attempting to bring the community together on this one. A few facts about this site. This plan was approved by the Planning Commission, 1 abstention, but 9 votes in favor, none against. The site sits on a collector roadway, Massman Drive, that by NDOT's own admission is not at the level of travel and car counts that we see on other collector roadways throughout Nashville. The policy is neighborhood evolving and makes sense. The proposed density is a little bit under 7 units to the acre. Once it is amended, and that's one thing I was going to mention is Councilman Bradford, as part of his efforts in bringing this together, the plan passed Planning Commission with a total of 70 units, but the councilman is going to introduce an amendment to lower that to 55 residences, which are a blend of townhomes and single-family homes as part of the transition within the neighborhood. Townhomes up against Interstate 40 that this parcel abuts, and then transitioning to single-family residences. So I think that the architecture also is one where we have pattern books and are introducing elements architecturally that relate to the neighborhood, porches and other features like that. So I will strongly and reinforce for you that this is a plan well thought out and brought together with a good goal of doing good development planning. Thank you for your support.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. Name, address, 2 minutes.
Hello, good evening. My name is Carol Nadler, and I live at 3620 Bellwood Avenue. And thank you for this opportunity to speak to the council. I do want to congratulate Council Member Bradford for conducting 4 community meetings where a lot of people could express their views, and he has shepherded this project into something that I think would really be an asset to Nashville. It's been over 10 years since I was a school health nurse in the Metro Public Schools, but even back then, the teachers that I worked with daily complained about not being able to afford a home in Nashville. Well, we all know it's gotten worse since then, and I think this offers a little bit of help for affordable housing in Nashville. In fact, when the Planning Commission overwhelmingly approved this, one of the gentlemen on the Planning Commission said that these townhomes were going to be at a very good price point for working people. So thank you very much, and I hope you will support the zoning change to SP.
All right, thank you, Ms. Nadler. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jack Waddy. I live on Hampton Avenue, 2205. I'm here, in a sense, as a representative of the family that owns the property. My wife is one of the owners. I try to publicly speak on the terms that Mark Twain once defined. If you're going to be a good speaker, have a good beginning, a good ending, and have them as close together as you possibly can. So, quickly, I will just say, this property is ugly right now. You'll hear some opposition that wants to keep it ugly. If you put in there what's it's zoned for, it's going to remain ugly because you're not going to have any control over what happens, and it's going to be an eyesore for our city. It's not a transition if you do what's zoned for now. It will be an eyesore. This plan will make an attractive transition from a more urban area to a more family area. It'll be a very positive thing for our city, and I don't think it makes much difference to the family in terms of money because they can sell it for probably about the same price and put up ugly stuff up there. They've got a developer who wants to put up really nice stuff. Let's support that. Thank you.
Mr. Waddy, does your wife know you're here?
She said
Anybody else wishing to be heard on this one? All right, declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Bradford. Oh, wait a minute. No, I got to go to the opposition. Sorry. We're got too much stuff going on up here. All right, so those who are in opposition, anybody wishing to speak in opposition, if you would come on up, line up. Need a name, address, and then you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
Yes, my name is Matthew Cushing, and I live at 917 Maspin Drive. I've lived there for 39 years. Mr. Waddy is correct. This property is ugly. I drive out there every morning, and I see abandoned couches, mattresses, and junk on that owner's property. We've had 4 meetings, and at every meeting, the overwhelming opposition has been from the neighbors against this project. The traffic on Maspin Drive is deplorable. I sit at the street light between Elm Hill Pike and Maspin Drive sometimes for 3 different lights. I think it's just going to get worse and worse. You've heard lots of people commenting tonight about Nashville, the parking, the traffic. I think it's only going to get worse. I just think that the neighborhood really, they talked about it's going to blend very well with the neighborhood. It is certainly not going to be the same neighborhood. This neighborhood is an old Nashville neighborhood on Mill Creek, and it looks, excuse me, it looks beautiful now. It's not going to look this way in the future, and I strongly oppose this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes in which to speak.
My name is Mark Sheridan.
You may want to still get a little closer to the microphone. Okay.
My name is Mark Sheridan. I live at 915 Maspin Drive. I'm not here to tell you why approving this zoning change is a horrible idea, because it probably would be useless. Why? Because the councilman for our district is for the zoning change. Why? I can only speculate, and that would not be pretty. But your council's unwritten rules support the district councilman. That is my focus here. I guarantee our councilman is not for the change because he thinks the district wants it. At the end of the 4th meeting he had called, for some mysterious reason, he did not ask for a vote. He did after the 3rd meeting and proclaimed, because of the outcome of the vote, he would not bring this matter before the council. Wow. Democracy ruled. We were delighted. Subsequently, the developers changed their proposal, which necessitated this 4th meeting we talked about. At the end of it, he didn't call for a vote, and he dismissed the meeting. No vote. The zoning change would have been soundly rejected. I asked him after, why no vote? No answer, just a blank stare. You want it, don't you? Yes. Why? Blank stare. We're not against new housing. We're not against people selling their land. Current zoning allows for 30 homes there. The change would allow 55 homes clustered on the acreage. Coincidentally, across Maspin Drive, very narrow street, a 30-home development is happening right now. This will greatly task traffic, but is permitted by zoning. No problem. In conclusion, anything more than 60 homes, 30 on one side, 30 on the other, is a terrible overkill and creates a dangerous and ridiculous traffic situation. Maspin Drive is a narrow lane with no shoulders and a relatively short traffic light 1,000 yards down the road at Elm Hill Pike. Please, 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 this zoning change request should not be agreed to by the full council. The people don't want it. The neighborhood doesn't want it. It is not needed.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Next speaker.
My name is Linda Orsag. I've lived at 919 Maspin Drive most of my life. I'm for development there. Like Matthew said, it is an ugly area, and we clean up trash there all the time. But 55 units is too much. It'd be nice to have some nice houses there and more neighbors. But I've met one person on Maspin Drive that was for any development, but she wants a bus. She thinks it's going to bring a bus up and down Massman Drive, and it's probably not. 50 units would be 100 cars. And anywhere you go there, you have to drive. There are no parks, there are no stores, there are no coffee shops, there are no libraries. It's all industrial. So you really have to drive, which is fine. But 100 more cars would make it really awful, plus the 30 on the other side of the road. My only concern is the density. It'd be nice to have 30 nice houses there or units, but 55 to 60 is awful. Come and drive on Massman sometime. Just come and see it. It's hard to get out of your driveway sometimes. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anybody else wishing to speak in opposition? Okay. Declare the public hearing closed. Councilmember Bradford, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move for approval with a brief comment.
All right, so we are on 1503 and 1504 together. The motion is to approve both bills for passage on second reading. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So one reason I support this rezoning, and if everyone is quite familiar, this is only the third rezoning I've brought before this body in the 4 years I've been on council, and only the second residential. The reason is because in order for me to bring something this far, I have to believe that is in the best interest of the community. I do believe that this development does do that. This neighborhood, as you've heard, has not changed. I think the last development that went in before I was even born. So it's a shock to me, and quite frankly, the community needs to feel lucky and grateful that the growth of this city has bypassed their area for as long as it has, considering it's so close to downtown and to the airport and other areas. So this is a great opportunity to introduce the type of development and the ideas that the community would like to see going forward. As stated, there's another development that went in base zoning. Community had no input, no say on how that was to be done. We have no control over what the housing will look like, whereas with this we do. Because of this development and conversations, has led NDOT and myself to have further discussions about improving the intersection on Massman and Elm Hill so that the issues with the backup can be solved. As again, with the traffic, residents have done their own surveys. I've driven the areas at random times of day, at random days of the week to visualize the traffic myself. NDOT has also said that the traffic is not as big as other areas of town. So even the traffic that is there is coming from developments and parts of the city that are further away than this development. So there will be minimum impact. And so with that, the improvements to the intersection, this was going to be bringing some sidewalks to the area and just make the area look more like a neighborhood. And so with that, I ask my colleagues to support this. Thank you.
All right, so Councilmember Bradford has moved for passage of both items 37 and 38. It's 1503 and 1504. For passage on second reading, Councilmember Bradford, you have a substitute. Okay, that's on 1503.
Yes, move the substitute.
All right, so Councilmember Bradford has moved the substitute on 1503, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of the substitute.
So as you heard earlier, this substitute basically, the Planning Commission approved 70 units. At the third meeting, the community rejected 70 units, so the developer came back and we brokered a compromise at 55 units, and so that's what this substitute will do. It will lower the density to 55 units.
Okay, you've heard an explanation of the substitute. Any discussion on the substitute? Seeing none, all those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's on. Now you're on your bill 1503 as substituted and 1504 for passage.
Move the bill as substituted.
All right, and then also 1504, which is the companion bill. That's for passage on second reading, properly seconded. Any discussion on those two measures? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Both those measures pass. Last bill up on public hearing, item number 39, Bill 2022-1505 by Councilmember Toombs. It's an ordinance to amend Title 17 by changing RS10 to R10 zoning for property located at 1906 Manchester Avenue. It's approximately 418 feet southwest of John Mallett Drive. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I believe I got an email earlier about an issue with this one, so it'll need to be deferred to the first meeting in December.
It will be moved to the first meeting in December because of a notice here. Okay. So automatic deferral over. And I believe that should take care of all bills on public hearing. It is now 9:30. We finally got through that. After discussing with staff, we are going to take a 10-minute break, okay? So we're going to break until 9:45, and then we will be on the consent agenda. 10-minute break, 9:45, we stand in recess.
We have 27. Where's Matthew? All right, we have several items on the consent agenda for resolutions. I will read the list, and if there's anything that needs to come off, if you could, need some more people? So I'll read the list, and if anything needs to come off, let me know. So we have RS 2022-1826, 1829, 1830, 1831, 1832, 1835, 1837, 1838, 1839, 1840, 1841, 1842, 1843, 1844, 1846, 1847, 1848, 1849, 1850, 1851, 1852, and 1853. Is there anything that needs to come off? Councilwoman Suara.
Thank you, Pro Tem. 1851, please.
1851. All right, mark it off on his little sheet. Anything else?
Number 64, 1848.
1848. Councilman Druffel.
Yeah, I just need to abstain on 1830.
So it needs to come off, right? Yeah. Councilwoman Hancock.
Could you pull 1840, please?
Does anything else need to come off of the consent agenda? All right. Councilwoman Porterfield.
Thank you. I'm not pulling anything off, but I would like to be marked as abstaining on 1830 also.
Okay. Porterfield and, was it Druffel? Okay. Does anything else need to come off before I start reading? All right, Resolution 2022-1826, a resolution approving the election of certain notaries public for Davidson County. Resolution 2022-1829, a resolution accepting the terms of a cooperative purchasing master agreement for firefighting apparatus and fire service vehicles for the Department of General Services. Resolution 2022-1831, a resolution appropriating $272,042 in American Rescue Plan Act funds from Fund 30216 to complete anticipated funding for critical immigration legal services. Resolution 2022-1832, a resolution appropriating $399,000 and $399,149 in American Rescue Plan Act funds from Fund 30216 to complete anticipated funding for right to eviction counsel. Resolution 2022-1835, A resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency to negotiate and enter into a pilot agreement and accept payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes with respect to a multifamily housing project located at 8101 McQuarrie Lane, known as HV Land Co. Make sure I didn't forget anything. Okay. Resolution 2022-1837, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the claim of Renee Scott Patterson individually and as next of kin and administratrix ad litem of the estate of Ricky Scott III, deceased, and on behalf of the wrongful death beneficiaries of Ricky Scott III against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $175,000 and that said amount be paid from the self-insured liability fund. Resolution 2022-1838, a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the personal injury claim of Andrekia Wiseman against the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County in the amount of $25,000, with said amount to be paid out of the self-insured liability fund. Resolution 2022-1839, a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the United States Marshals Service and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department to investigate and apprehend local, state, and federal fugitives. Resolution 2022-1841, a resolution accepting a Studio NPL Outreach Coordinator grant from the Nashville Public Library Foundation to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Nashville Public Library to encompass outreach in the community, working with partners for the various Studio NPL programs, including STEM and Mobile Maker. Resolution 2022-1842, a resolution approving Amendment 2 to a grant contract between the Metropolitan Government acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Health and STARS Nashville to fund an epidemiologist position to study data regarding cigarette smoking, vaping, and e-cigarette use with a primary focus on children and young adults. Sponsors Roten, Syracuse, and Welsh. Resolution 2022-1843. Sponsors Roten, Pooley, Welsh, and Roberts. A resolution approving an application for a Transportation Alternatives Program grant from the Tennessee Department of Transportation to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Nashville Department of Transportation and Multimodal Infrastructure, NDOT, to ensure safety and active transportation by providing walk-in facilities that feel safe, comfortable, inviting, and useful. Resolution 2022-1844, sponsors Virtue, Stiles, Roten, and Pulley. A resolution approving an application for a railroad crossing elimination grant for the United States Department of Transportation to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Nashville Department of Transportation and Multimodal Infrastructure to conduct a planning project study to evaluate alternatives to improve the local rail and highway infrastructure to enhance rail safety. Resolution 2022-1846, sponsors Roten, Pulley, and Welsh. Resolution approving a grant application for the recycling rebate grant from the state of Tennessee, Department of Environment and Conservation to the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metro Department of Water and Sewerage Services to fund the purchase of curbside recycling carts. Resolution 2022-1847, sponsors O'Connell, Hurt, Stiles, and Swara. A resolution honoring the life of Dr. Paul T. Kwame. Resolution 2022-1849, sponsors Syracuse. A resolution honoring the life of Joe Chambers. Resolution 2022-1850, sponsor Councilman Parker. Resolution honoring Rosalind Robinson and AAA Residential Resources Incorporated for 25 years of service to the people of Nashville and Davidson County. Resolution 2022-1852, sponsors Allen, Johnston, Hancock, Welsh, and others. A resolution recognizing America Recycles Day. Resolution 2022-1853, sponsors Henderson, Syracuse, Cash, Mendez, Roten, and others. A resolution recognizing November 2022 as Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month. And that completes the consent agenda. Committee reports, affordable housing. Councilwoman Hauser.
Yes. On resolution 2022-1833, it was 5 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstaining. Resolution 2022-1835 was 5 for, 0 against, approved. And resolution 2022-1836 was 5 in favor, 0 against. And the amendment is 5 in favor, 0 against.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hauser. Budget and Finance, Councilwoman Gamble.
Thank you, Mrs. Pro Tem, for
Resolution 1835, 1837, 1838, 1839, 1840, 1841, 1842, 1843, 1844, and 1846. Budget and Finance considered all of these on consent, and they were approved, 11 in favor, 0 against.
They did. Public Facilities, Councilwoman Hurt.
Thank you, Ms. Pro Tem. Public Facilities voted RS 2022-1841, 8 in favor and 0 against.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Public Health and Safety, Councilman Syracuse.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Public Health and Safety voted 8 in favor, 0 against on 1829, 9 in favor, 0 against on 1839, and then 8 in favor, 0 against on 1842. Thank you.
All right. Rules, Councilwoman Murphy. Where are you? Hold on. There you go.
Thank you. We were 6 in favor, 0 against on all of those on consent.
Transportation and Infrastructure, Councilman Pulley.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Transportation Committee recommended approval of RS 2022-1843, 1844, and 1846. 8 in favor and 0 against, and I move approval of the consent agenda.
Properly moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Okay, which one's going to take it off? Oh, I see. All right, we're going to go back and pick up the items on the that were not on the consent agenda. The first one up is item number 41. That it's RS 2022-1578 by Sledge, Allen, Withers, and Young. It's a resolution approving a participation agreement between Metro government through the Department of Water and Sewer Services and 1302 Pillow Street LLC to provide public water service improvements for Pillow Street's proposed development. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized. Oh, okay. So, Councilmember Allen, you can handle this. It has to be deferred by rule. Director Darby?
Rule 43 requires this to be deferred by rule because it has been off of the agenda for 90 days.
Okay. Do we need to get committee reports?
I think we just automatically defer.
Yeah,
Defer to the next meeting.
Defer by rule.
All right. Let's see. The next item I've got is item number 43. Councilmember Withers, Roten, and Hurt. This is RS 2022-1827, resolution approving a term sheet describing the terms and conditions of the agreements and transactions required to finance, construction, operate a new enclosed multipurpose stadium on the East Bank, subject to the subsequent approval of final agreements, and authorize the Metropolitan government to pursue other matters related thereto. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could I get committee reports, please?
You certainly can. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval of a 2-meeting deferral, 11 in favor, 1 against, no abstentions.
Okay, and then Public Facilities, I think that's Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public Facilities voted 8 in favor, 0 against for a 2-meeting deferral.
All right, Councilmember Withers, what you got?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I would move for a 2-meeting deferral.
Okay, so the motion is to defer 2 meetings, properly seconded. Discussion on the deferral, Councilmember Mendez.
Thanks. I'm in support of the deferral. I just wanted to do a quick advertisement for the East Bank Stadium Committee process. The committee has got 11 more meetings set up, including one tomorrow at 4:30. The schedule is on the committee's website, and I think one was distributed on everybody's desks. We've got 5 public hearings set around the county at the end of this month and into December. Hopefully everybody can take a look at that schedule and advertise them to your constituents, whichever ones are nearby, through all your normal communications channels. Also, for council members and the public, on the East Bank Stadium Committee website, there's really all the information, hopefully, that one could want. The deal documents from the current stadium, the proposed legislation for the new stadium and the East Bank, just everything that you could want. Finally, through the committee, we're going to have a process of gathering questions from council members for the administration to answer. We've worked out an arrangement where questions will be gathered and sent to the administration once a week. They're going to do their best to answer once per week also, so they can be posted online with the other questions that are already there. So council members, please send your questions to Ms. Godin in the council office, and we'll get those answered as quickly as possible. I encourage everybody to follow along with the East Bank Stadium Committee meetings, and especially the public hearings that we'll have later on in the process. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Mendez, was that on the deferral motion?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll take your word for it. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Excuse me. On the deferral, I'm going to be in support of the deferral tonight. The purpose of my comments last night in committee are absolutely to make sure that the community has a voice here on this floor with all of the opposition that we've seen so far. And I'm not suggesting that my colleagues don't also represent those voices, but it was loud and clear to me that something needed to be said in regards to the process and how it's been done. I appreciate that we're going to slow this down and look at it over the next month, and appreciate the work that Councilmember Mendez does as the chair of that special committee. So I will be submitting questions, and I will want to continue this public dialogue so that we can make sure that we get the right solution and vet out the study that we received last night, which there's just many questions that the public needs answered. So with that, I am speaking in support of the deferral, which I will vote in favor of. Thank you.
So thank you, Councilmember Benedict. That's good, because you used the word deferral in your response somewhere. That's good. Okay. Anybody else who wants to talk about something besides the deferral but use the words deferral in their responses? Oh. Councilmember Porterfield, and depending on what she says, I may come back to you for a joke. Councilmember Porterfield?
I was just joking, but I'll defer my joke, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I hope Director Alarcon is listening, because this is a great joke about parking. Councilmember O'Connell, are you ready? He said yes. What do you call a frog that's parked illegally? Toad. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. That was probably... you didn't use the word deferral in your response. All right. All right. So we're on RS 2022-1827. The motion by Councilmember Withers is to defer 2 meetings, right? Properly seconded. Any other discussion or any other bad jokes? Hearing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred 2 meetings. We're on RS 2022-1828 by Councilmember Withers, Roten, and Hurt. Resolution requesting the Division of Purchases within the assistance of the Department of Planning issue a solicitation for development of portions of the Nissan Stadium campus. Councilmember Withers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Could I get committee reports, please?
You certainly can. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval of a 1 meeting deferral, 10 in favor, 1 against.
All right. Public Facilities, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Public Facilities voted 8 in favor and 0 against for a 1 meeting deferral.
All right. And Planning and Zoning, back to you, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning also recommended approval of a one-meeting deferral, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions. We did take up the amendment in our committee, which we also recommend, Councilmember Hurt's amendment. We did recommend approval of the amendment, 6 in favor, 0 against, and 0 abstentions as well. And I don't know whether Councilmember Hurt intends to offer that today.
You want to go, your motion, though, is to defer one meeting.
It is. I just didn't know if Councilmember Hurt wanted to go ahead and apply the amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Hurt, you recognize.
We actually deferred it in public facilities, so I can wait. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So motion is to defer one meeting, properly seconded. Councilmember Mendez, you recognized.
Thanks. I am in favor of the deferral for one meeting, and let me tell you why. So,
proceed ahead very carefully.
Thanks. Some people have wondered why the term sheet gets deferred 2 meetings and this gets deferred 1 meeting. And the answer is that the administration is eager to get the RFQ for a development partner issued sooner rather than later. And I've had some conversation with Mr. Jameson about possibly offering an amendment at the next meeting that would clarify that if we let the RFP process move ahead of the term sheet process, that we're not committing to anything. They're never going to come back to us and tell us, gee, you approved the RFQ, so go ahead and approve the term sheet. And so we're going to look at some amendment between now and next meeting, and that's the reason why I support a 1-meeting deferral instead of a 2-meeting deferral.
Okay. Good use of the word deferral in the deferral discussion. All right. Councilmember Suara. You recognized on the deferral motion.
On the deferral. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to add something that was mentioned yesterday as part of the deferral that Councilmember Mendez did not say today is the fact that it's deferred for 1 meeting because some of the information that will be needed to proceed and go forward has to come from that RFP. And so we needed to have that sooner rather than later. That's why it's 1 meeting and not 2. And I wanted to add that for the sake of the listening public, that I support the 1 meeting deferral.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anybody else on the deferral motion where this is a deferral motion of 1 meeting? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion for 1 meeting, say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred 1 meeting. All right, we are now on item 46, RS 2022-1830 by Gamble, Johnston, Roten, Toombs, and Welsh, resolution appropriating $7,890,153 in ARPA funds to the Urban League of Middle Tennessee and Nashville State Community College to advance workforce equity and strengthen family foundations through education and training in Davidson County. Councilmember Gamble, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and you want to move for approval?
Yes, move for approval.
All right, Councilmember Gamble moves for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Is this one that Truffle? Okay. All right, I think I've got 2 extensions. Councilmember Druffel, are you one on this one? Somebody else abstaining on this one, Councilmember Porterfield? All right, so the motion is to approve RS 2022-1830 for passage. I've got 2 abstentions, Druffel, Sepulveda, and Porterfield. There's 3 of them. All right, anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. And we've got 3 abstentions on it. Let's see. Next one I got is item number 49, RS 2022-1833. Roten, Welsh, and Suara. Resolution of authorizing grant in the amount of $20,800 from the Barnes Fund to New Level Community Development Corporation for the express purpose of constructing and rehabilitating affordable or workforce housing. Councilmember Welsh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move approval.
All right. So let's see.
Or do I need a committee report?
Yeah, committee reports.
Committee
I've got
report,
one from
please.
Budget and Finance. Councilmember Gamble.
Budget and Finance recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against.
And Councilmember Hauser, Affordable Housing. We're on RS 2022-1833.
Yes, affordable housing was approved at 5-4, 0 against, and 1 abstention.
Okay. Councilmember Welsh, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Now I would like to move approval.
All right. So Councilmember Welsh moves his approval of RS 2022-1833, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Hauser will be listed as abstaining. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Opposed, no. That one is adopted. We're now on RS 2022-1834 by Roten, Stiles, and Saguaro. And a resolution approving amendments 1 and 2 to Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act grant from the Tennessee Department of Labor in conjunction with the Northern Middle Tennessee Local Workforce Development Board to the Metropolitan Government through the Metro Action Commission to establish programs and services in an integrated workforce system as the career services provider. Councilmember Stiles, you're recognized on this bill. This is RS 2022-1834. You're going to need 2 committee reports, Budget and Finance and Human Services.
Committee reports, please.
Yeah, you got committee reports, Budget and Finance. Councilmember Gamble.
Budget and Finance recommended approval. 11 in favor, 0 against.
Okay, and Human Services, Councilmember Druffel.
We did not have a quorum.
You did not have a quorum. Okay, so you got at least 1 committee report in there. Councilmember Stiles, you're back on your bill, RS 2022-1834.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval, please.
Okay. Councilmember Stiles moves for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. This one passes. All right, the next one is item number 52, RS 2022-1836 by Councilmembers Lee, Hauser, Roten, and Suara. It's a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Development and Housing Agency to negotiate and enter into a pilot agreement and accept payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes respect to a multifamily housing project located at 4207 Murfreesboro Pike, known as the Flats at Hickory Woods. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. This has an amendment that needs to be put on it, I believe.
Yeah, let's get the committee reports first.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you wanted that afterwards. May I have committee reports, please?
You may have them. Budget and Finance, Councilmember Gamble.
Budget and Finance recommended approval of the amendment, 11 in favor, 0 against, and the bill as amended, 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and then Affordable Housing, Councilmember Hauser.
Yes, Affordable Housing approved the bill 5-4-0 against, and the as amended 5-4-0 against.
All right, great. Back to you, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you. I would like to move the amendment. I understand that this amendment was just a correction of something, and if you all need a explanation on that, I'd like to turn it over to legal, but I think it was just a correction on the amount that was written in there was incorrect for the tax.
Okay. All right. So that's correct. So Councilmember Lee moves the amendment on 1836. She just described it properly. Seconded. Back to you. Any other discussion on this one? Okay. We're voting on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. Councilmember Lee, you're on your bill as amended.
So now I would like to move the bill as amended.
All right. So Councilmember Lee has made the motion to approve 1836 as amended, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the resolution as amended for passage say aye. Opposed, no. Item number 52 passes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We are now on item number 56, RS 2022-1840. By Roten and Syracuse, a resolution accepting a grant from the Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security to the Metropolitan Government through the Police Department to provide bicycle and pedestrian education enforcement to gain compliance with state and local ordinances. Councilmember Syracuse, I think you got to handle this one.
Public Health and Safety passed 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember Gamble, this is on 1840.
1840, Budget and Finance recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Syracuse.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval.
The motion is to pass, properly seconded. Any discussion? Councilmember Hancock.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to thank Councilmembers Syracuse and Roten for bringing this forward, and I'm super excited that it can help educate the future bicyclists and pedestrians across the pedestrian path from Dealer Park to Stones River Greenway. And I'd also like to be added as a co-sponsor to this bill, please. Thank you.
We'll add you as a co-sponsor. All right, any other discussion on this one? We are ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2022-1840 for passage say aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. Next one I've got is item number 61. So this one has to be deferred anyway. So Roten's the only sponsor on the bill, I think. It's deferred automatically. Okay, so RS 2022-1845 has to be deferred anyway by Rule 21. He's also the only sponsor. He's not here, so it will be deferred by rule to the next meeting. All right. Next one I've got is RS 2022-1848. That's item number 64. That's a resolution honoring the life and accomplishments of Nashville development Pat Emery. Councilmember Hurt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for approval with a brief statement, please.
Let's get a Rules Committee report.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Murphy is back there messing around. I need a committee report. 1848.
6 in favor, 0 against.
All right. Councilmember
On
Hurt,
consent.
you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to stand and let those who may not know that Mr. Pat Emery was a business icon in Nashville. And for those who did not know, he is the developer of our 5th and Broadway development that we have. And he was also very instrumental in the development of Cool Springs. And more recently, you know, he was very much supporter and advocate of the National Museum of African American Music and did some wonderful things to allow that establishment to be in 5th and Broadway. And he also was working with Delicia and L.D. Guerriere in regards to their theme park, Storyville, and just wanted people to know what an amazing and generous man that he was for the city of Nashville, because he was a gentle guy who would not broadcast all of the great things that he did, and I thought it was worthy of making those notations.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. So Councilmember Hurt is moving passage of RS 2022-1848, properly seconded. Any other discussion on the resolution? Councilmember Nash.
Would the Murphy rule be appropriate?
It's fine with me. It's, everybody okay with that? Without objection, everybody's name will be listed as a prime sponsor. We are ready to vote. All those in favor of RS 2022-1848 for passage, say aye. Opposed, no. That passes. Thank you, Councilmember Hurt. I've got RS 2022-1851 by Rosenberg and Suara. That's a resolution urging Nashville voters to vote yes on Tennessee Constitutional Amendment number 3 in the upcoming November state and federal elections. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Councilmember Murphy is still up here now messing around up here. You've got a committee report. We're on RS 2022-1851.
I'm sorry, my mic had been left on and I thought it was an accident. This was passed 6 in favor, 0 against, and I was just trying to protect the world. Thank you.
All right, so great. That scares me that you were trying to protect the world. All right, so Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment, please.
The motion is to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. I pulled the resolution off of consent for 2 reasons. One is to be able to allow anyone that wants to sign up to it to be able to do so. If we want to apply the Murphy law, that would be great. And then the second reason, which is the most important reason, is that I want to make sure that we draw attention to this particular resolution and what it's doing. For a lot of people, many people may not know that slavery is still permitted in the state of Tennessee. And that is what this amendment is actually doing. In 2022, there is a possibility that people that are incarcerated are considered slaves in the state of Tennessee. The language in our Constitution currently reads in Article 1, Section 33, that slavery and involuntary servitude, except as punishment for a crime, whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, are forever prohibited by this state. So it's prohibiting slavery, but it says except. And so what this amendment is doing is removing that and changing the language so that whether people are incarcerated, whether people are convicted of a crime, under any circumstances, the word slavery in the United States, in 2022, in the world, Slavery and involuntary servitude is not something that we should be using. Our freedom to be free is a human right for everybody, and that's what this is doing. So we want to bring attention to it. We also want to take a stand as a council to say that we support this and we want this language removed, and we're urging everyone to please vote yes on amendment number 3. Thank you, and with that, I move for approval.
All right, so let me get this right. I think Councilmember Suara has moved for approval, again, properly second. And you want everybody vote in the affirmative to be a prime sponsor.
Yes,
Any objections to that? Checking. Seeing none, everybody will be listed as a prime sponsor on this one. All those in favor of the resolution passing, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The resolution passes. All right, I think that takes us to the end of the resolutions. We're now on bills on introduction, first reading. Does anything need to come off of first reading? Anything needs to be coming off of first reading? We'll take them all together then. Can I have a motion to approve all bills on introduction, first reading? Oh, Councilmember Toombs, okay.
Number 73,
Okay.
1531.
Okay, 1531 is going to come off of consent. Anything else needs to come off of the first reading as we take all the bills together? All right, seeing none, we'll have everything on there except item 73. I motion to approve every item on the first reading on bills on introduction, first reading. Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of all bills on introduction, first reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Bills on introduction, first reading passes. We're now on item number 73 by Councilmember Toombs. It's Bill 2022-1531. Ordinance amending section 17.16.030 of the Metropolitan Code zoning regulations to require notice to surrounding property owners for adaptive residential development. Councilmember Toombs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I want to move for approval and defer the public hearing to the first meeting in January.
Okay. Motion is to approve and to defer to the first meeting in January. Okay. Okay, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. You adopt. All right, we are now on page 39, bills on second reading. We're on number 113, and we can take it, if you want, with 114 and 115. You want to take them separate? You can move them on your own and then bring it back to 113, put the substitute on, and then pass them all at the same time if you'd like. All right, so we'll take 113, 114, and 115 with the understanding that there's a substitute on 113. Bill 2022-1140 by Councilmembers Parker, Withers, Allen, Hurt, and Van Reese. Ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metropolitan Code by changing from RM20 to SP for properties located at 301 North 2nd Street and 651 and 660 Joseph Avenue at the northeast corner of Dickerson Pike and Meridian Street, located in a planned unit development overlay district, permit a mixed-use development with non-residential uses and a maximum of 1,150 multifamily residential units. And then you can take it with 114. That's the companion bill. Bill 2022-1141, an ordinance authorized building material restrictions requirements for Bill 2022-1140, proposed specific plan zoning district located at 301 North 2nd Street and 651 and 660 Joseph's Avenue at the northeast corner of Dickerson Pike and Meridian Street. The proposed ordinance requires certain materials to be restricted in the construction of buildings. That's by Parker, Withers, Hurt, and Van Reese. And then item number 115, BL 2022-1142 by Parker and Hurt. Ordinance to amend Title 17 by canceling a portion of a planned unit development overlay district for properties located at 301 North 2nd Street and 651 and 660 Joseph Avenue, northeast corner of Dickerson Pike and Meridian Street, zoned RM20. Councilmember Parker, I'm going to you on all three bills.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I believe we need committee reports on 1140 and 1141.
Yeah, so I've got Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning met and considered 1140, and we recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions, with a re-referral to Planning and Zoning Committee. for 1140. 1141, we recommended just approval, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
Okay, no re-referral on that one. That's the, right?
I don't believe so, and I believe the committee did consider the substitute on 1140 and also recommended approval of that.
Yeah, that's correct, but we recommended 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions of the substitute.
Okay, so let's go back to 113, BL 2022-1140. Councilmember Parker, you recognized on that bill.
I'd like to move the substitute on 1140.
All right, Councilmember Parker has moved the substitute on 1140, properly seconded. Back to you for an explanation of what the substitute does.
This substitute includes some parameters that were set by the Planning Commission following the hearing that we had, as well as reducing the maximum height on a portion of the site from 10 to 7 stories, but does not necessarily reduce the unit count of the overall development.
Okay. You've heard the explanation of the substitute. Discussion about the substitute. You have a motion pending to approve the substitute. Any discussion? All right, we're on the substitute. All those in favor of the substitute say aye. Opposed, no. Substitute's on. You're on BL 2022-1140 as substituted, and then BL 2022-1141 and BL 2022-1142. The motion on BL 2022-1140 is to re-refer back to planning and zoning.
Yes, so I'll move the substitute, move the bill as substituted with a re-referral back to planning and zoning on third with a brief explanation.
All right, so we're on 113. We'll handle them separately.
Yes, sir.
That probably makes sense. So we're on item 113, BL 2022-1140 as substituted. The motion is to approve on second reading and re-refer back to planning as the bill goes to third reading if it passes. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. That's the motion, properly seconded. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I want to stand and applaud everyone that has been working on this bill, starting with Councilmember Parker for making sure that all the parties have all the communication and do everything that they did. I want to thank the community organizations, Stand Up, NOAA, everybody that has been involved, Path, for making sure that we go to where we are. I think that we're at a better place than we were last meeting, and I think that is because the conversation continues, and I think that it shows that when we all come together, we come back with something better. And I do want to thank CREA, too, because after the conversation, after the meeting, they continue to meet with people. And today, I was talking to Mr. Buchanan, and one of the things that PATH is doing in Salvation Army is that they actually will have a fund set aside so that if there's anyone that is missed, even by the time we pass this on second reading, that they can still come today and continue to help people. I think it's very important with the limited power that we have, that when a developer comes to our town, that we have a standard to be able to say, we will all rally around and do what is best for our citizens, and whether it's community organization, whether it's council member, everyone will do what is needed. And so I just want to thank everyone because oftentimes we talk about what people didn't do, and when something actually works and people come together, I think it's good to acknowledge that. I'm hoping that any developer that comes in will know that we cannot just displace people without making provision to help them. And I hope that CREA will continue to stand by their word that the people that haven't been helped to date, that they will continue to help them and make sure that our people are not displaced and have a place to stay. So thank everyone, and thank you, Councilmember Parker.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I want to build on that. Councilmember Suarez said a lot of the things that I've been thinking, but just to pat ourselves on the back at what Councilmember Parker has led us in doing. This is, he did an amazing job of being very responsive to the neighborhood, and I thank the neighbors for continuing to work on that. To my knowledge, this is the first time we haven't just had to sit back and say someone's bought something that has people living in it and nobody cares what happens to them. And I hope that this can become a model for future ways that we develop in Nashville. And I just applaud everyone who has worked so hard to make this happen.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I want to start off by thanking my colleague, Councilmember Parker. I know how hard you worked on this, and I know that this was not easy for you. I really appreciate all the effort that you put into listening to your constituents, the community residents, as well as the residents that will be and that have been displaced from River Chase. We talk a lot about unintended consequences in this body, and the first time I heard that phrase was from my very wise colleague here, Councilmember Taneka Vircher. She was the first person I ever heard talk about unintended consequences, and we see it with the legislation that we pass. And I think back to during the pandemic when we as a body had to vote on Oracle coming here, and one of the arguments that we heard from organizers, and I distinctly remember a young lady, Ann Burnett, formerly with the CLC, who told us that this would result in residents being displaced. And I remember the argument by our colleagues was that there would not be anybody displaced from this because it's an empty parking lot and nobody lives there, so it's not going to result in any displacement. Yet what we see is a direct result of that legislation, a direct result of them coming here, was that people have been displaced. And as of today, there are residents that still are not housed from River Chase. As of today, there are still residents that are unhoused from River Chase. And you may be wondering, Council Lady Porterfield, what are you talking about? How does this have anything to do with Oracle? Well, we saw previously when this legislation was up before us, we got articles from community organizations telling us about what Korea did in Austin. And what we saw in Austin was that a apartment complex was purchased and low-income Black and brown workers were displaced to build housing for who? Oracle. That same company, Korea, is doing this here at River Chase. But we're going to pass this. Now, understand why we're going to pass this, because it is better than what we see, and it is better than the status quo. But two things can be true at the same time. And while it can be better, we have to acknowledge that this is still displacing people. People lost their community. And we heard from individuals that talked about how some of this housing that they're in now is better because it's better than where they came from. But this was their community. This was their home. This is their neighborhood. Their kids went to school in this area. And now these residents are all around the city. You have people sleeping on couches. You have kids that are now in different schools because their community was uprooted. And the majority of us in this room don't know what that feels like, because the majority of us, we move because we want to move. We move because we look for a better school for our kids, or we want to be closer to our jobs. We're not moving because somebody bought where we live and now we don't have another place to go. But that's the reality for those residents, and that's the reality for the individuals at River Chase. So again, I'm not asking you to vote against it because I understand that this is better than what we have seen, but that better came from organizers and community organizations pushing Korea to be better. It was not out of the goodness of their heart or any other developer's heart. It is because the people organized and they pushed for the residents of River Chase to get housing. And as far as there being a fund, I really hope to get that information, because I still get texts from residents that live in River Chase that are asking for help every other day, asking for money because they are still trying to have food to eat and trying to make sure that they are housed.
Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm done.
All right, thank you. I've got Councilmember Parker in the queue, but you've talked on the bill. I've got Councilmember Young. Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is, I think, maybe more of a point of order, but Director Darby, when lobbyists are working for a client or an organization that's wanting to do something, they have to register and whatnot. Does that apply to council members that are on the payroll of an organization involved in such a thing? Because I'm quite disturbed at I think this just doesn't seem right, and that it is highly awkward and uncomfortable to be saying and asking this, but I think it's worth saying. I think it's worth saying and asking.
I would need to research that issue.
Okay. Councilmember Porterfield.
Thank you. I would, I believe in transparency. So yes, I know who I work for, and this has nothing to do with my employer. And I would have this same conversation regardless of who I voted for. Regardless of who I work for. So I just want to make sure that my integrity is not being called to question. Before I took the job with my employer, which several council members have worked for nonprofits before, and continue to work for nonprofits. Before I took that employment, I did make sure that this was not a conflict of interest. I also talked to Director Darby to get what a direct conflict of interest is and determined that this is not a conflict of interest. So, and for the record, I am abstaining from the vote. So if there's any question about...
So Councilmember Porterfield, just for everybody's sake, you're abstaining from a vote, but you're arguing the vote. So I think you need to not comment anymore on the bill, okay? We're going to cut off discussion because one of the things that we're going to have to understand is that when you abstain because you may have a personal a conflict of some sort.
It's not I've confirmed that it's not a conflict, Vice Mayor. I'm not abstaining because it's a conflict,
okay,
but I confirmed it was not a conflict.
Well, I think we need to take a look at that. People typically don't abstain because they have a particular conflict, but you've been arguing on the bill, and that may subject the bill to, I don't know. I think we're going to have to take a look at it and see what that means. Okay. So I think what I need to do is cut you off at this point and not have you talk anymore on the bill.
I just wanted to say that for any member, if you are planning to abstain on a vote, it is improper for you to speak on that particular vote as well.
Okay. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on the bill.
Okay. Thanks, Vice Mayor. This has been quite a long process, as you all know. Beginning over a year ago, when we started the process of kind of notifying the residents and involving them with the process, I really, whatever positives there are to recognize here, I really have to attribute to the former residents of River Chase, to the neighborhood group, McFerrin Park Neighborhood Association, and to the advocacy groups, Stand Up, NOAA, others that have really just put countless hours of energy into supporting these residents and into trying to have a better outcome here. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank all those folks who have been involved with this over the course of the last year plus. With that, I'll renew my motion to approve.
All right, Councilmember Mendez, you're recognized.
Thanks. So first of all, a whole bunch of us have abstained on things where we argued. We do it all the time.
Doing that.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, all the time we have, it's when you abstain because it's a conflict that you should stay out of it. But if I just don't feel like voting, I mean, if I'm speaking right now, if I decide to abstain, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't think. I think the better thing is in looking at the list, there's nobody else listed here rather than ruling. I mean, it's definitely uncomfortable, but it's 5 minutes of our lives. She used her time. I think the better thing to do is rather than having a ruling that you're cutting somebody off is just, if she doesn't have anything more to say, there's nobody else in the queue, then we just wrap it up. We're fixing to pass this thing in a second. And so the only possible aggrieved party has nothing to complain about because we're about to pass it. Respectfully.
What I would say, Councilor Mendez, is that this is a particularly difficult one. I think it needs to be looked at. It's been raised as a potential issue by a council member, and so we take a look at it. Now, I mean, is it going to affect anything? I don't know, but if you're not supposed to be doing it, then you shouldn't be doing it. And if we need to have a rule or policy or cut people off if they are getting ready to subject themselves to a conflict of interest, then we want to protect our membership, okay? So, and I know that you're a big believer in making sure that we don't violate conflicts of interest, so we need to be careful. I'll leave it at that. We'll take a serious look at this one and see if we've done something. All right, so we are on Councilmember Lee. You're recognized.
I just have a question to make sure that I'm getting the picture of stuff, and I hope I'm not out of order because of what you all were saying. So I guess this is a point of inquiry. Do you only supposed to abstain when there's a conflict of interest?
You can, and I'll turn this over to Director Darby, you can abstain and just decide not to vote on something, but if you've got a personal interest of some sort, then you shouldn't, if you've got some potential serious conflict of interest pursuant to the law, then you shouldn't be talking, if you're going to abstain because you need to get away from the bill and just have nothing to do with it, then you can't get up and argue about the bill and then just pretend that you abstain.
I'm sorry, I understand that part. I just wanted to make sure that I had correctly that you can abstain because you just don't want.
Yeah, you just don't vote.
That's what I was.
That's
Thank you.
Yeah. Councilmember Sepulveda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to bring it back to the legislation. I don't want us to forget all of the work that has gone into this legislation, that Councilmember Parker has done, that a lot of the nonprofits have done. This is affecting people's lives, and because these organizations worked hard and stepped in, is that we are able to have a better position for some of the residents. And there are several residents who have not been housed and who still need resources. And I think we need to keep that in mind. And we shouldn't forget that. Again, it's important to remember that every single thing that we vote on is affecting people's lives. And the stakes are always higher when we're sitting in this position. And we shouldn't take that lightly.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cash. Councilmember Cash has called the previous question. All right, so we are voting on, let's figure out if we're ready to vote on the bill. We're on the previous question. All those in favor of the previous question say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Previous question prevails. We are now voting on, we're doing them one at a time, correct? It's BL 2022-1140 as substituted for passage on second reading with a re-referral back to planning and zoning. That's the motion. Councilmember Parker, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And it's been properly seconded. We're on the vote. All those in favor of passage of Bill 2022-1140 as substituted for passage on second reading say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Bill passes. And Councilmember Mendez abstains, and Councilmember Porterfield is abstaining. Okay. Okay, we're now on item number 114, BL 2022-1141 by Parker, Weathersford, and Van Reese. This is the companion bill. Councilmember Parker. Motion to approve?
Yes.
Okay. Motion to approve 2022-1141 for passes on second reading. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of passage of 1141 say aye. Opposed, no. That bill passes on second reading. Item number 115, Bill 2022-1142. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on that one.
Move for approval.
Move for approval. Properly seconded. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all those in favor of 1142 for passage on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. 1142 passes on second reading. We're now on item number 116, Bill 2022-1449 by Councilmember O'Connell, Parker, Benedict, and others. An ordinance creating Chapter 2.153 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws establishing a Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request committee reports, please. All
right, I got public facilities. Councilmember Hurt. How many buttons up?
1449. We voted 8 in favor and 0 against for a deferral to the second meeting in February.
All right, transportation infrastructure, Councilmember Pulley.
Which one are we on, Mr. Vice?
We are on item number 116, Bill 2022-1449.
1449. Okay, that's Councilmember O'Connell's bill. So we recommended a deferral to the second meeting in February on the bill unamended, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Councilmember O'Connell, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move to defer to the second meeting in February with a brief comment.
Okay. Motion is deferred to the second meeting in February. Properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to commend Director Alarcon at NDOT and the administration, as well as some stakeholders from the previous Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee that was disbanded earlier this term, and we're having a good discussion about threading the goals of Vision Zero and a pretty broad view of the encouragement piece of that with some of the work history of BPAC and making sure that we can accommodate both within the structure of Vision Zero or possibly that and a potential companion subcommittee. So appreciate everyone's productive discussion so far. I think we're moving the overall conversation in a good direction. I look forward to continuing that work. What we wind up with may be a substitute. There may be an approach that formalizes this in the Vision Zero process, and I encourage colleagues to support the deferral and give us a little more space to do this work. Thank you.
All right. So Councilmember O'Connell has moved to defer this bill to the second meeting in February. Again, properly seconded. Any discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the deferral motion say aye. Opposed, no. The deferral motion passes. We're on item number 117. This is Bill 2022-1450 by Alan Van Rees. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 2.222 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws relative to expense reimbursement, legal representation, and ethics matter before the Board of Ethical Conduct. Councilmember Allen, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for an indefinite deferral, please.
Okay, so if you're going to do that, I don't think we need committee reports. This is the motion. It's a motion to defer indefinitely, correct? Okay. Properly seconded. We're on the motion to defer indefinitely. Do you have any comments? Okay. Motion to defer indefinitely. All those in favor of the motion to defer indefinitely say aye. Opposed, no. This one's deferred indefinitely. All right. All right. So now, I think everything else on here may be on consent, which I didn't start with, so I'm going to go read through all the bills on consent, see if we can take them all at the same time. So item number 118, BL 2022-1506 is on consent. 1507 is on consent. 1510 is on consent. 1511 is not on consent. I'll get to that one. 1512 is on consent. 1513 is on consent. 1514 is on consent. 1515 is on consent. 1516 is on consent. 1517 on consent. 1518 is on consent. 1519 is on consent. 1520 is on consent. 1521 is on consent. 1522 is on consent. 1523 is on consent. 1524 is on consent. And 1527 is on consent. All right, so I'm going to read the captions. Anything of that needs to be bumped off? All right. Item number 118, BL 2022-1506 by council members Hurt, Roten, Invercher, and others. It's an ordinance amending Chapter 5.16 of the Metropolitan Code to impose a privilege tax upon the sale of goods and services at the National Museum of African American Museum to be used for the cost of the museum. Next item is BL 2022-1507, Hurt, Roten, Invercher, and others. Ordinance approving and authorizing the execution of the First Amendment to the sublease agreement between Oliver McMillan Spectrum Emory LLC and the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County for the benefit of the National Museum of African American Music. BL 2022-1510, item number number 120 by O'Connell. Ordinance to provide for the designation of public property within specified areas of downtown Nashville as a temporary special event zone during the time period beginning at 9:00 p.m. on December 30th, 2022, and ending at 6:00 a.m. on January 1st, 2023, relative to the use of these areas in conjunction with the 2022 New Year's Eve celebration and related activities and events. Item number 122, BL 2022-1512, Toombs, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville, Davidson County to abandon existing public stormwater drainage easement rights for property located at 281 Cumberland Bend, also known as Presley Apartments. BL 2022-1513, Young, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville to negotiate and accept temporary and permanent easements from the Tenon Road Stormwater Improvement Project for two properties located at 2237 and 2244 Tenon Road. BL 2022-1514, Welsh, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to negotiate and accept permanent temporary easements from the Radnor Street Stormwater Improvement Project for 9 properties located on Radnor Street, Morton Avenue, and Timmons Street. BL 2022-1515, Withers and Pulley. An ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to negotiate and accept permanent temporary easements for the Edgemore Drive Stormwater Improvement Project for 4 properties located on Creekwood Drive. BL 2022-1516, Pargers, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to abandon existing public water mains and to accept new public water mains for property located at 2525 Gallatin Avenue. BL 2022-1517, Welsh, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville to abandon existing public water main and to accept new water mains for property located at 423D Veritas Street. BL 2022-1518, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements. 3 properties located on Sunset Road in Williamson County. Item number 129, BL 2022-1519, Toombs, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new water and sanitary sewer mains, fire hydrant assemblies, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for 5 properties located on West Trinity Lane. BL 2022-1520, Bradford, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to abandon existing public water mains and to accept new public water mains. Property located at 1 Terminal Drive, also known as Sky Harbor Hangars. BL 2022-1521, Sledge, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new public sanitary sewer mains and sanitary sewer manholes for property located at 1206B First Avenue South, also known as Trimble Street Cottage Homes. BL 2022-1522, Roberts, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer mains and sanitary manholes for property located at 812 45th Avenue North. BL 2022-1523, Taylor, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept the relocation of public fire hydrant assembly for property located at 3220 Charlotte Avenue. BL 2022-1524, Toombs, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept new sanitary sewer mains, sanitary sewer manholes, and easements for property located at 2236B Whites Creek Pike. BL 2022-1527, ordinance to amend ordinance number BL 2022-1114-15 regarding the makeup of the tax incentive and abatement study and formulating committee membership by Councilmember Allen. Those are the bills on second reading consent. Anything needs to be bumped off of there? Seeing none, I got committee reports, Budget and Finance, Councilmember Gamble.
Thank you. Budget and Finance recommends approval of 1506, 1507, and 1511, 11 in favor, 0 against, and 1527, 10 in favor, 0 against.
All right, Planning and Zoning, Councilmember Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval of all of our items on consent, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstentions.
All right, Public Facilities, Arts and Culture, Councilmember Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think BL 2022-1506, 1507, 1510, it was approved 8 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Syracuse, Public Health, you had 1510. I thought you would just yell it.
Public Health and Safety considered 1510, passed 9 in favor, 0 against.
All right, and Councilmember Pulley, Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Transportation Committee recommended approval of BL 2022-1512, 1513, 1514, 1515, 1516, 1517, 1518, 1519, and 15, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24, 9 in favor, 0 against. And I move approval of the second reading consent agenda.
All right. So I've got a motion to approve the second reading consent agenda, properly seconded. Any discussion on second reading consent? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Second reading consent passage. We had one last bill to take up. That was BL 2022-1511. Item number 121, BL 2022-1511. Councilmember Sledge, Roten, Suara, and others. Ordinance approving a lease agreement by and between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, acting by and through the Metropolitan Board of Education and Connexion Americas. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Budget and Finance, Councilmember Gamble. This was BL 2022-1511. It's item number 121.
Budget and Finance recommends approval, 11 in favor, 0 against.
All right, thank you. Education Committee, Councilmember Suara.
Vice Mayor, Education Committee voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 1 abstention.
Okay, Councilmember Withers, Planning and Zoning.
Planning and Zoning recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 abstention.
All right, back to you, Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move approval. Very brief comment.
Okay, got a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thanks. This is the pre-K at Casa Azafran. I think there's just a member who needs to abstain. Renew my motion.
Okay. You heard the motion. It's to approve on second reading, properly seconded. We're ready to vote. No, I'm sorry. Councilmember Sepulveda, you recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I need to be marked as abstaining.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Suara, back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just want to stand and say this. There is a need for pre-K and Head Start in Southeast. As a former member of Metro Action Commission, that's one of the things that we lack in that area. And we continue to bus children from Southeast all the way down to North. And so Connexion providing a place for MMPS to have a class is a way to actually save our children from being on the road too much. And so I will ask Metro to continue to look for a way to build a Head Start and pre-K program in that part of town. But until then, this is a good compromise, so a good thing, and so I speak in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, I've got Councilmember Sepulveda abstaining. We are ready to vote. All those in favor of this passage of this bill on second reading say aye. Opposed, no. BL 2022-1511 passes. I think that took care of everything on second reading. We do have a third reading consent calendar. This is on page 48. Item number 136, BL 2022-1381 is on consent. 1470 is on consent. 1474 is on consent. 1476 on consent. 1477 on consent, and 1478 is on consent. I think that leaves us with two bills that are not on consent on the consent calendar. Anything needs to be bumped off of that? All right. BL 2022-1381 by Parker, Allen, Sledge, and others. An ordinance amending chapters 5.04 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws requiring payments in lieu of taxes made by the Convention Center Authority be dedicated to affordable and workforce housing initiatives. Again, Parker, Allen, Sledge, and others. We have BL 2022-1470, that's item number 138 by Councilmember Pulley. Ordinance amending section 13.08.080 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws to authorize the use of data collection and video technology solely for the purpose of traffic monitoring and management by the Metropolitan Department of Information Technology Service and NDOT. BL 2022-1474 by Roten, Benedict, and Gamble. Ordinance approving a contract between the Metropolitan Government and Granicus LLC to provide service maintenance and licensing related to various platforms, including but not limited Granicus government meetings, short-term rental monitoring, communications cloud, and web streaming services for Metro-wide internal and external use. Item number 141, BL 2022-1476 by Councilmember Murphy. Ordinance readopting the Code of Metro Government prepared by the Municipal Code Corporation, including supplemental replacement pages thereof, containing certain ordinances of a general and permanent nature enacted on or before May 18, 2022. BL 2022-1477 by its item number 142, Evans, Withers, and Pulley. Ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government to accept a public fire hydrant assembly for property located at 3887 Central Pike. And BL 2022-1478, an ordinance authorizing the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County to accept a public fire hydrant assembly for property located at 245B Hermitage Avenue. O'Connell, Withers, and Pulley is on that one. Anything needs to be bumped off of the third reading consent calendar? All right. I have No committee reports. All right, Councilmember Suara, I just need a motion to approve the third reading consent calendar.
Oh, so moved.
All right, thank you. Got a second? Any discussions on the third reading consent calendar? Seeing none, all those in favor of the third reading consent agenda say aye. Opposed, no. Third reading consent agenda passes. We're on the last two bills. Item 137, Bill 2022-1405 by Parker, Allen, Henderson, Porterfield, and Stiles. This is an ordinance to amend Section 13.32.165 of the Metropolitan Code to amend the requirements for sidewalk cafe permits, including implementing a fee for the use of right-of-way, an insurance requirement related to the sale of alcoholic beverages, and allowing for the issuance of permits throughout Nashville and Davidson County. Councilmember Parker, you're recognized on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a timely filed amendment on third here that would require suspension of the rules to consider.
That's right. So let me see. All committee reports are in. So here's the situation. Councilmember Parker has a late, it's not a late filed amendment, it's filed on time, but in order to get the matter before us, because it's not a Title 17 bill, you have to move to suspend the rules. So does everybody understand that? Councilmember Parker is moving to suspend the rules so that he can get a timely filed amendment on a third reading bill. Is there any objections to suspension of the rules on this one? Councilmember Murphy.
This just came up in a separate conversation on another bill that's going to have a rule suspension. Evidently, probably with Councilman Parker as well, they were told that they did not have to come to Rules Committee for the suspension of the rules, but it's my understanding that all rule suspensions, do they not have to come unless so rule suspensions only come to the Rules Committee when?
Ms. Darby.
It goes to, I think you're thinking of late filed amendments and late filed resolutions that would need to come to the Rules Committee to determine whether or not there's an emergency and whether or not the rules need to be suspended for those late filed items. This was an item that was filed timely for this meeting.
I think this, so we've had a Rules Committee meeting to discuss about the emergency nature. And I think this is something where a lot of us thought the intention was that this type of rule suspension would still come to the committee. So I think that's something the committee will have to come up with, because I think this is different than the intention of our previous actions. So I just wanted to clarify that on the record of why there's not a committee report from the Rules Committee on rule suspensions on third.
Rule 54 talks about the suspension of rules, and it doesn't require that suspensions go to the Rules Committee at this point, just a general suspension of the rules.
All right, so again, we've got Councilmember Parker moving to suspend the rules to get this amendment, timely filed amendment, before on the bill tonight. Any objection to suspension of the rules? Seeing none, you're on your amendment. The rules are suspended.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll move the amendment for passage with a brief explanation.
All right, so Councilmember Parker has moved the amendment to 1405, properly seconded. Back to you.
So thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate my colleagues' indulgence on the rule suspension. This is legislation that I filed and deferred several times in order to work with NDOT and with the administration on making sure this was something that they all felt comfortable with and we all felt good about moving forward. And so deferring it again would have led to an indefinite deferral, which would have slowed this process down quite a bit. So what this amendment does, it was requested by Councilmember Sledge. This would require for a sidewalk cafe that a permit be displayed so that community members, council members, regulators are able to quickly see, oh yes, you are permitted to be obstructing the right-of-way in this very limited way. And there's your permit number, and we can call NDOT if we have issues with it. So that's what this does. It just causes them to have to display their permit. And with that, I would renew my motion to approve.
All right, so I got a motion to approve, properly seconded on the amendment. Councilmember Sledge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to give a brief note of thanks to Councilmember Parker for working on this, and I really appreciate him incorporating this in the amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else on the amendment? We're voting on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Amendment is adopted. Councilmember Parker, you're on your bill as amended.
I'll move the bill as amended.
All right, for this is on third reading, 1405 as amended. Councilmember Parker has moved for approval, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 1405 as amended is adopted on third reading. Last bill up tonight is Councilmember Henderson's bill, Henderson, Pulley, Withers, and others. This is BL 2022-1475, ordinance approving an agreement by and between the Metropolitan Government and LAZ Parking Georgia LLC relating to the operation, management, and of the on-street metered parking program within the public rights-of-way of the metropolitan area and approving a lease agreement to lease Metropolitan Government property to LAZ Parking Georgia LLC to use as office space in performing these functions. Councilmember Henderson, you are recognized. Hold on.
Vice Mayor, I would move approval, please.
All right, so Councilmember Henderson is moving approval of Bill 2022-1475 for final passage on third reading, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move to suspend the rules for a timely filed amendment that was to honor the commitment in last meeting, Vice Mayor, sent to the council on Wednesday of last week with an explanatory email and then in the packet on Monday.
So Councilmember Henderson, again, the same thing we just talked about with Councilmember Murphy. This is a timely filed amendment, but because it's on third reading, Councilmember Henderson has to move to suspend the rules to get it before the body. Is there any objection to suspension of the rules to get this amendment before the body tonight? Okay, don't see anybody. Oh, Councilmember O'Connell, is that a suspension? Is that, okay. All right, rules are suspended. You're on your amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move my amendment with just a brief explanation. Again, colleagues would point you to your inboxes, and then the discussion at last meeting. We did find some typographical errors, just some formatting, a particular word that had created a little bit of confusion, and so we just wanted to make sure that we got all of that in order. And as well, Councilman Mendez identified an improvement, which I appreciated, regarding LPR data retention that we presently have in code, but rather than just referencing out, he made it explicit in the agreement, such that that would stick should anything else in the future change. So I do appreciate his suggestion in that regard. So this is an update to the agreement that incorporates Councilman Mendez's suggestion, a point of clarification around monthly versus annual on our management fee, and then a few other formatting housekeeping improvements. And so that is the content of the amendment, and I would renew my motion to approve.
All right, so Councilmember Henderson has moved approval of the amendment on 1475. It's properly seconded. Ready for discussion, Councilmember O'Connell.
Mr. President, on the bill, no discussion on the amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Sledge, on the amendment? Okay, I'll hold on to you. Councilmember Vercher, on the amendment? Okay. Okay, that was it on the queue. Okay, so we're on the amendment. Any questions on the amendment? All right, we're ready to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment on to 1475 say aye. Opposed, no. Amendment's adopted. You're on your bill as amended.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would move the bill as amended with just a brief explanation.
All right, you've got, so Councilmember Henderson has moved BL 2022-1475 as amended for passage on third and final reading, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There has been a lot of discussion over several years about how best to manage our curb, colleagues, and to bring us into this century with smart parking, to move away with our move away from our coin-only meters. I would remind colleagues, based on previous discussion, information sheets that you've been provided, this is a management agreement. Respectfully, we are not privatizing our parking system. We are entering into a very well-tailored management agreement in partnership with Metro, with our Metro employees, with a Metro manager working in concert working iteratively to improve how we manage our curb, to get the data that we need to move things forward, and in time, perhaps even bring all of this back in-house. But at present, it's a bridge really far because we're very far behind. And so I appreciate Director Alarcon has worked very diligently to create a very tailored 5-year severable management agreement. And with that brief explanation, I would renew my motion for approval as amended. Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. So she has renewed her motion. We've got people in the queue. Councilmember O'Connell, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. I think we heard some confusing information from the administration last time about banking and lending, so I wanted to add some context there. It's still unclear to me how the banking and lending piece affects this from a private management piece, and that's exactly what we're doing. We are privatizing the management of some of this operation. It's not the technology. We buy technology. We buy parts of our fleet. We do all kinds of things from a licensing and acquisition standpoint all the time. This is bringing non-metro personnel into an enforcement function for the city on a private basis. Metro does currently have multiple contracts for processing credit cards. In fact, if you walk out the front door of the courthouse, take a right on Dedrick Street, you will see meters that take credit cards. If you walk down Representative John Lewis Way to KVB, you will see more meters that take credit cards. We don't have a private management contract to operate those meters. Those are technology we have done. There are multiple pathways to get here. We could do what the city of Clarksville has done and leave coin-operated meters in place, at least ones that take coins and prefer a system that relies on QR codes. There are several models here. We don't have to pursue this one. That's my main objection, is the private management piece. I appreciate, to Councilmember Henderson's point, the director's diligence in putting together a contract that is an improvement over what we've seen before, but we could still do more of this publicly, and that's what I would encourage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Connell. I've got Councilmember Sledge.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll be brief as well. I'm supportive of where we're going here because it actually dovetails with another conversation we had tonight about parking minimums and how we manage parking. And the fact that this will enable us to do something that several of us, including Councilmember Allen, has in her time in this row, which was trying to get better and more robust residential permit parking enforcement. We know we have not done a great job with that. You heard that a little bit in discussion tonight. This will help us beef up the staff to do that and, quite frankly, be able to put into effect the things that some of our residents have asked for and gone through the petition process to do. So I do appreciate that portion of this bill, and I'm looking forward to that increased enforcement. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Vercher, you're recognized.
I'm a no.
You're voting no on it? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for telling me that. Councilmember Cash, you're recognized.
Thanks. I've followed this legislation from its inception this term and am excited and hopeful that this can solve some problems. I have 3 major institutions in my district. 2 of them are universities, but 2 of them have a side. They're great. They do great things for the community, but 2 of them have a side business of charging their employees to park. And so it does create some issues in various parts of my district, and this is something that in meetings with Vanderbilt and Vanderbilt University Medical and with Director Alarcon, this is something that I've talked about a lot. And one of the key things I think that will make this successful is that we remember that this is not just about meters. This new program is not just about meters, although it's great that we're finally getting to the 21st century with these meters. And it's not just about money collection, although the money that we'll collect will be good for more infrastructure for our streets and walkways and bike lanes, but it's about managing parking, and sometimes that means going to areas of town or of the UZO, since we're moving towards removing parking minimums, that we have that NDOT has a pattern, and who we enter into a contract with has a pattern of going around and managing our parking, not just going to the places where they're going to get the most money. And so there needs to be that regular pattern, and I've heard assurances throughout this, and with the last NDOT or Public Works Director, that's one of the key things that this will change, is that we will more fully manage our parking So I'm very excited about this and definitely will vote yes. Thanks.
All right, thank you, council member. Anybody else want to talk about this bill? All right, we are ready to vote. Mr. Clerk, we're going to have to go on the board. All right. We are going to be voting on BL 2022-1475 as amended for passage on third and final reading. Mr. Clerk, open up the machines. Voting on BL 2022-1475 as amended for passage on third and final reading. Problem? Councilmember Evans, problem? Yeah. Now it's working. Okay. So, is that where you left? Don't, nobody leave yet. Let's make sure we got all the votes in. Okay. So, Councilmember Benedict, I'm counting on you to make the motion to adjourn, so don't go anywhere. Okay. Okay. Make sure you get that on camera. Hold on. Let's get the vote in first, unless you're having trouble, unless that's the point. Okay. Councilmember Lee, is it about the vote? Is it on there? It's not about the vote. Okay. Okay. Hold on just a second, so it's not giving you the votes.
No, it's frozen.
All right, so we're having trouble with the machines. Okay, what I would ask is, if you don't mind, sit back down for just a minute, okay? And we're going to... So pursuant to the rule, if there's a negative vote, we go on the machines. All right? So we're going to try to do this by...
Frozen.
We're going to try to do this in a way so we can get through with this. Let's do it by voice vote, and then I'm going to go back to the no's. We are voting on BL 2022-1475 as amended for passage on third and final reading. All those in favor of the bill passing say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, I need the no's to raise their hand. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, do we know how many people are in the room? Okay, so I've got 4 no's, correct? I've got, if you would, raise them again. Councilmember O'Connell, Welsh, Porterfield, Vercher. Anybody else? Any abstentions?
And a roll call vote?
Okay. Everybody else is a yes? We have to make sure it's got 21 votes. 1, 2, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So there's 27 votes in the affirmative. Good? Well, so she's got them, Sean's got them, I'm just double checking.
And now they're doing a voice vote.
Oh, it's finally showed up here.
Or no, so it's 27.
Okay, so it's working now.
It just, no, it's...
Okay, hold on just a second, because we're not sure if the machine's working, and we want to make sure we're not missing anybody. Because it's not right. We have 31 people in the room, and we only had 26 votes that showed up. So we've got it. The vote is 27-4. We had 4 no's. We got 31 people in the room, so the bill passes on third and final reading. Councilmember Lee, you're recognized.
Sir, I have a point of personal privilege.
Okay.
I want to give some honor to, I don't think this was reported earlier, but an icon passed. I don't know if those of you that know Barbara Cooper, she was a state representative. She had been in there serving for 26 years. She was honored as the oldest serving legislator in Tennessee. She passed suddenly. We will deeply miss her. As I said, she was an icon. She was a wonderful person, and she was always for the teachers and for public education. And I just want to pay some honor to her and blessings to her and her family to know that she did a lot of good up there in the state legislature.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. She was our friend. She was a good person. All right, Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized. Motion to adjourn, proper second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
Yeah.
We stand adjourned.
Looking at they would hit.
And so the council has concluded about a 5-hour meeting tonight. It was a 51-page long agenda, including 143 items. In terms of time, most of the time was spent, about 2 to 2.5 hours on rezoning requests. They had 43 bills that were on public hearing tonight. The most highly anticipated legislation on tonight's agenda was a package of legislation related to the proposed $2.1 billion roof stadium for the Tennessee Titans to be built over on the east bank of the Cumberland River near the present Nissan Stadium. There were 2 resolutions and 1 ordinance on the agenda. The ordinance was on first reading. It would have increased the city's hotel-motel privilege tax in the amount of 1%. It was passed as routinely is done on first reading bills. Being sent to committee, we're told that will probably be deferred 2 meetings before it comes back here. The other 2 resolutions were also deferred. One was a term sheet that describes the terms and conditions of the agreement of this entire project. This is also been deferred for 2 meetings and probably will, council members are concerned it is non-binding, and they probably will add an amendment in there to make sure that it's non-binding on all parties involved. The other resolution was 1828. It refers to the city's property adjoining the new stadium. It requests the Division of Purchasing with the assistance of the Department of Planning to prepare and issue a solicitation seeking a private partner to develop that particular area. There's going to be an amendment probably added to it to make a bigger extent to go after having more use of minority and female-owned businesses. That particular resolution was deferred for just 1 meeting, so it'll come back at the next council meeting. Other resolutions tonight, the council appropriated $8.5 million in the city's American Rescue Funds to allocate $7.9 million of that to the Urban League of Middle Tennessee and the Nashville State Community College to advance workforce equity and strengthen family foundations through education and training in Davidson County. They also approved $272,000 to complete anticipated funding to provide critical immigration and legal services, and another resolution for almost $400,000 to complete anticipated funding to provide legal counsel for those seeking appeals on their evictions. Among other bills on public hearing tonight, one of those would eliminate minimum public parking requirements in the urban zoning overlay, which includes most of urban Nashville. Minimum parking requirements require property owners to build and maintain a certain number of automobile parking spaces on site to be granted development permits and to operate. The Planning Commission has approved the proposal. There was some discussion in opposition to it, but most people seem to be pretty close. There'll probably be There was a substitute ordinance adopted on it tonight. There'll probably be other changes made to it when it comes up on third reading. Under memorializing resolutions, the council honored the lives of Paul T. Kwame, Joe Chambers, and Nashville developer Pat Emery. It also recognized Rosalind Robinson and the AAA Residential Resources for 25 years of service to the people of Nashville and Davidson County. The council also approved a resolution urging Nashville voters to vote yes on the Tennessee Constitutional Amendment number 3 coming up in the upcoming November election. The amendment would state slavery and involuntary servitude are forever prohibited in this state. On second reading, the council also approved, after this being in the council for about since February, almost the entire year. These are 3 particular proposals that were involving the controversial rezoning proposals impacting the former River Chase apartments near Dickerson Road, not far from the Oracle development and also not far from the East Bank. There was yet another substitute ordinance adopted tonight to move this matter forward. It has been before this quite a bit of times. Some council members felt they made some great progress with this, particularly about relocating some people, but others said there's still people who were dislocated from this or are not going to get that. So there was still some unhappiness about it, but I think general pleasing that this finally got through the council, again, after it's been deferred some 6 times. Council also approved on the consent calendar a bills that would impose a 5% privilege tax on the sale of goods and services at the Nashville Museum of African American Music downtown. It will help pay for the cost of the museum. That bill will require, by the way, 27 or a 2/3 vote of the council for final approval when it comes up on third and final reading in a couple of weeks. On third reading, the council also approved on the consent calendar a measure that would require any payments in lieu of taxes made by the Convention Center Authority be utilized for affordable and workhouse housing initiatives. They also approved, although there was some debate about adding a last-minute amendment to it, a bill that would extend indefinitely the use of sidewalk cafe dining facilities within the public right-of-way. These first came up and were used during the pandemic as a result of the social distancing and seating capacity requirements. Finally, on third reading, the council voted to approve a contract with LAZ or Laz Parking Georgia, LLC, related to the operation and management of the city's ongoing metered parking system that's operated within the public right-of-way. The firm would seek to modernize and make the city's parking meter system more efficient and convenient, as well as better maximize the value of the program for future traffic and parking improvements. There was a similar effort to do this, although some critics said it was more privatization under Mayor David Briley. That was not approved. In fact, one of the critics of that was, at that time, I got large council member John Cooper. This is Mayor Cooper's bill. The council liked it a whole lot better. In fact, it went through on just 3 readings. There was an effort to take a roll call about it tonight, but the roll call system, the only time it was used tonight, the voting system did not work. So there was a roll call taken, but it was taken by hand, and the final vote was 27-4. The bill now goes to Mayor Cooper for no doubt what will be his signature. The council also tonight, at least Vice Mayor Schulman, announced a special committee of the council that will oversee the $50 million that was approved by the council a couple of weeks ago to begin a new homeless program. The Mayor Cooper recommended this will oversee how the money is being spent and that it's being spent correctly. Members of that committee include council members Druffel, Hauser, Porterfield, Johnston, Allen, and Evans. They'll be meeting in the next couple of weeks to move forward, as is the East Bank Committee, which I think has their next meeting to oversee what the project's going on over there. I think they meet sometime tomorrow. The council is now in recess until November 15th. We'll be here at that time to provide live coverage. Until then, I'm Pat Nolan, and good night from the council chambers. Tonight's meeting of the Metropolitan Nashville and Davidson County Council has been coming to you live from the council chambers, and it's been a public affairs presentation of the Metro Nashville Network.